Chapter 10. How Memories, Associations, and Beliefs Manage Environmental Information. From the moment we are born into this world, our existence acts as a force on the physical environment. We take up space that cannot be occupied by anyone or anything else. And, in turn, the physical environment acts as a force on our physical senses, creating a cause and effect relationship between ourselves and the environment. It is important for you to note now and for the rest of the book that I am defining the physical environment in the broadest sense possible, as everything outside of ourselves, including other people. Now, at the most basic level, we create experience for ourselves by the mere fact that we exist. To exist implies that our senses are alive and that we are acting as a force, with the environment, altering its makeup and consistency as we move through it. For example, our movement and behavior set off an endless series of chain reactions that alter the landscape in some way, shape, or form. And even when we aren't actively changing or manipulating the environment in some way, we are still taking up space and thus subjecting ourselves to atmospheric forces, as well as causing changes in the makeup of the atmosphere from our breathing. Memories are stored as charged energy. The experiences that result from this constant interaction with the environment will be transformed into electrical impulses of energy. As electrical impulses of energy, the experiences will carry an electrical charge. The charge will be either positive or negative, depending on the kind of impact the environment had on our senses. For example, a crying baby is acting as a force on the environment. More specifically, the baby is creating a sound that is acting as a force on the eardrums of everyone in his vicinity. How the environment responds to this force will create experience for the child and determine the electrical charge or quality of energy that is recorded in the baby's memory. Quality of energy is the relative degree of positively or negatively charged energy in which the experience is recorded. For example, if the environment responds to the child with a soothing caress, expressing love and a sense that his needs will be taken care of, then the experience will be recorded in the child's memory with some degree of positively charged emotional energy. The degree of positiveness will depend on the intensity of the experience, that is, the degree of impact the environment had on the child's senses. Pleasant, happy, joyful, and loving experiences will result in the storage of positively charged energy. If, however, the environment responds harshly, in such a way as to have a violent impact on the child's senses, by screaming, assaulting his eardrums, or slapping him to produce physical pain, then the experience will be recorded in the child's memory with negatively charged emotional energy to the same degree as the intensity of the experience. There are two basic components that make up the quality of energy in which our memories are stored. The first is the polarity of the charge, which could be positive, neutral, or negative. The second component is the intensity of the charge, ranging from extreme positive, which would be an experience of maximum intensity creating a feeling of elation, to extreme negative, which would be an experience of unbridled terror. Quality of energy is an important concept for you to understand because it affects the type of beliefs we form about the nature of the environment, which in turn affects how we perceive information and interact with the environment. The characteristics of positively charged energy. Positive energy is expansive. It promotes mental growth or learning by creating a sense of confidence, which in turn results in an openness to explore and discover the unknown. I am defining the unknown as anything that exists as a possibility in the physical environment that does not yet reside in some form in one's mental environment. Positive energy perpetuates our natural, childlike sense of curiosity and wonderment toward the environment that we are all born with. By following the interests of our natural sense of curiosity, we interact with the environment to create experience and learn something previously unknown to ourselves, thus generating a sense of excitement about life, as well as increasing our ability to operate in the environment more effectively because we are continuing to learn more about the way things exist. There is a direct relationship between how much we have allowed ourselves to learn about the nature of the environment and the degree of negatively charged energy in our mental environment. I am stating it this way with the emphasis on the negative because learning will take place quite naturally if there isn't anything in the inner environment to stop it. In other words, an absence of fear, negatively charged energy, is a critical factor in determining whether or not we will make ourselves available to learn anything new and continue to grow mentally. For example, Playfully throw a child up in the air and catch him, and he will beg you to do it over and over again. This is his way of interacting with the environment to perpetuate the feelings of a positively charged experience. Positive energy is expansive, compelling us to interact with the environment to create more experience for ourselves. The more we experience, the more we learn about the nature of the environment. The more we learn about the nature of the environment, the better able we are to interact with it more effectively to fulfill our needs and achieve our goals. Positively charged memories give us that sense of confidence that allows to step out to try something new, resulting in mental growth. The characteristics of negatively charged energy. Now, throw the same child up in the air for the first time, as in the earlier example, but instead of catching him, accidentally drop him, and not only will he not ask you to do again, he will cower in terror at the very suggestion. The difference in his behavior, of course, is the result of the differences between the two experiences. In the first example, the experience was pleasurable, resulting in the storage of positively charged energy. In the second example, the experience was painful, resulting in the storage of negatively charged energy. Regardless of whether we were acting as a force on the environment, behavior motivated by our sense of curiosity, and got an unexpected or unintended painful reaction, or the environment, uninitiated by ourselves, other than the fact that we exist, acted as a force on us in a way that resulted in pain. The experience will result in the formation of a negatively charged memory. Painful memories will generate fear, causing us to perceive the environment as threatening in its ability to cause more pain in some future moment. The way we will perceive it as threatening will correspond to our memories of the experiences that resulted in pain in similar circumstances or conditions. The things we fear in the environment are those things we have learned to recognize as threatening. In contrast to the feelings of confidence and well-being that result from positively charged experiences, fear acts as a limiting or inhibiting force on both our behavior and our perception of environmental information. I am sure that everyone reading this book at some point has experienced the effects that fear can have on one's behavior. It can cause us to run from an obviously dangerous situation or completely immobilize us to the point where our body will not respond to any conscious command. Fear drastically limits our choices. It causes us to interact with the environment in ways that are limited to the structure of our memories, regardless of what the environment may be offering in the way of a new experience, or it causes us to avoid an experience completely. Interacting with the environment results in experience, and experience results in learning. If we experience the environmental present based on our individual past, or completely avoid experience altogether, we aren't learning what is being offered or available to be learned about the nature of the environment. The net result of a painful experience is that it creates a negatively charged memory, which in turn creates and perpetuates a cycle of fear. Cycles of fear then create cycles of discontent and dissatisfaction because we avoid experience. When we avoid experience, we cut ourselves off from the joy we feel when we are learning. Just as positive cycles are expansive, negative cycles are degenerative. Our painful memories keep us from learning how to interact with the environment in effective and satisfying ways that would result in happier and more fulfilling lives because we aren't learning what we need to know to experience something different. Fear limits both our range of behavior and our perception of environmental information. The ways in which it limits our behavior are obvious. However, there are many ways in which fear acts on our perception that aren't so obvious. In fact, some of the ways can be very subtle and difficult to recognize, until one learns what to look for. As traders, it is essential that you be able to observe the market's behavior from an objective perspective. To observe objectively, you will need to learn how to recognize a variety of subtle fears that will destroy your ability to be objective without really knowing it. This is a subject I will cover in much greater depth a little further on. However, before I can do so, you need to understand the nature of associations and how perception creates an energy loop between the inside mental environment and the outside physical environment. Associations. Associations seem to be a natural characteristic of the way in which we think. That is, our brains are wired in such a way as to link similar forms of environmental information together automatically. We do this in basically two ways. First, there is a natural propensity to label people and objects based on some prominent characteristic and then categorize them into associative groups. After we categorize the groups by sex, hair color, skin color, profession, economic status, educational background, and so on. We then associate whatever experience or knowledge we have about the group with everyone and everything that has those same characteristics. For example, if we have a painful experience with a person who has a skin color different from that of our own, we will automatically associate everyone with that skin color with the qualities of that one experience. The second way we associate is by linking extraneous sensory information with some event. We will automatically associate what we are smelling, tasting, hearing, or seeing along with the quality of energy of the primary experience. For example, a child getting spanked will associate all the other environmental information that his senses are inadvertently picking up with the pain he is feeling from the spanking. What he hears, smells, tastes, and sees will all be connected with the intensity of the force being applied to his body. So, if there was some song playing on the radio or a distinctive odor in the air at the same time that he was experiencing pain, he will associate the song or the odor with the pain. Now, both these environmental distinctions, a certain song and a certain smell, will be connected with negative energy in his mental environment. When the child was getting his spanking, he may not have even noticed either the song or the smell because his attention was obviously focused in other directions. However, in the future, whenever he hears that song or smells that particular odor, they will automatically cause him to experience the negative energy connected with the spanking. Even if it is years later, and he is enjoying himself with the last thing on his mind being the memory of that spanking, if he hears that particular song or smells that particular odor, it will carry him back to that time as if it were the present moment, changing his experience from happiness to anger, sadness, or guilt. Of course, this same principle also works for positive experiences. A perfect example is many couples have a song that they associate with some intense sexual or loving experience. When they hear their song, it will mentally put them into the feelings of the experience the song is associated with. In fact, the song can eventually come to symbolize the quality of the entire relationship where all the memories and emotions connected to those memories will run through their consciousness upon hearing the song. Associations are an automatic function of the way in which information gets organized in our mental systems. Most of these associations are inadvertent, meaning we have positively or negatively charged energy connected to various elements of the environment, and we aren't consciously aware of it. We can see, hear, taste, or smell certain things that, in turn, cause us to feel emotions and not know why because we don't consciously remember connecting the extraneous sensory information with the primary event. The energy loop between the physical and mental environments. None of us has access to all the environmental information that exists in any given moment. Our senses aren't constructed to allow us to pick up, see, hear, touch, taste, or smell everything at once. If we can't be aware of it all, then we must have some mechanism by which we pick and choose what we do become aware of and give our attention and consideration to. What we learn creates an energy loop between the inner and outer environment. We can call this energy loop perception. Perception is recognizing, with our eyes, ears, nose, taste, and touch, in the physical environment what we have already learned about it. Mental energy works in conjunction with our physical senses to separate, categorize, and organize environmental information based on the distinctions we have learned to make. We recognize what we have learned in the environment because it is already inside of us. There has to be a mental framework to accept the information. Otherwise, it gets rejected, labeled as meaningless, or not perceived at all, unless of course we are willing to construct a framework for it, being open to learn. Distinctions. Distinctions make separations in environmental information where no previous separation existed. A child won't make a distinction between a spoon and pencil until someone teaches him the difference. Otherwise, he will instinctively put both in his mouth until the information stored in his mental environment acts as a force on his perception to distinguish between the two. Environmental objects give off information about themselves, but the information that is perceived already exists inside of each individual, unless it is a first-time experience. The spoon and the information about what it is create an energy loop between the inside and the outside, where before the distinction was learned, the spoon and pencil would fall into the same category as something to put into the mouth. Anything we don't know, but exists in the environment as a possibility, is a distinction that we haven't learned to make yet. If we haven't learned to make the distinction, we won't perceive the various types of information the environment is giving off about itself. For example, if I were to open up my computer, what I would perceive would be very different from that of a skilled computer repair technician. All the various parts giving off information about themselves would mean almost nothing to me because there is no meaning inside of me. All the parts my eyes would be seeing would fall into that one large category because I haven't learned to make any distinctions between the various parts, whereas the technician would perceive the parts in a very different way because he understands the functioning of the parts and the relationship that they have with one another. That understanding is the mental framework that structures the particular way in which he perceives the parts. The parts would be giving off information about themselves that I couldn't perceive because I don't have the mental structure to perceive it. Learning how to read the markets to recognize an opportunity is another example to illustrate this energy loop between the inside and outside that we call perception. Traders act as a force on the market to move prices. Since most traders don't plan their trades or want to take responsibility for their outcomes, they are highly susceptible to acting out of any number of fears. Traders who are motivated to act out of fear generally aren't aware that their fear drastically reduces the choices they perceive as available, making their behavior very predictable to an objective observer, someone not caught in the same cycles of fear. So, under certain market conditions, large groups of traders will all be trying to do the same thing, because of what they fear will or won't happen, upsetting the equilibrium, forcing prices to move in one direction. If you haven't yet learned to identify these conditions, you naturally won't perceive them when they exist because there has to be an energy loop between the inner and outer environments for perception to occur. I am sure everyone has had the experience of reading unfamiliar material a second, third, or fourth time and perceiving something new with each subsequent reading. What is happening here? With each reading, you are building a mental framework that enables you to recognize what was available but unperceivable to you when it was read previously. That is, all the new insight that you garner with each reading was available from the book the moment you picked it up the first time. However, you weren't able to perceive what it had to offer in the way of insights or understandings until you created an energy loop that enabled you to perceive it. Otherwise, the words get read but the insight goes by completely unnoticed even though you are looking right at it. In any given moment, there is a vast difference between what each of us perceives and what is actually available in the way of possible distinctions from the environment's perspective. Take, for example, a salesperson who has learned to recognize the exact, most appropriate moment to ask for the order and close a sale. Or an auto mechanic who knows exactly what is wrong with a car by the kind of sounds that it makes. To the inexperienced salesperson or auto mechanic, these abilities will seem like magic because they will assume that they are hearing or seeing the same things as their experienced counterparts. However, that is not the case. They are not hearing or seeing the same information even though they are in the same sales interview or listening to the same car at the exact same moment. They are actually perceiving different environmental information because of the differences in the structure of their respective mental environments. The information that indicates the exact moment to ask for the order to close the sale is indistinguishable from everything else to the inexperienced salesperson. The same is true for the inexperienced auto mechanic. Consequently, neither one will perceive the existence of this information until they learn to make the appropriate distinctions. If someone wasn't there to teach them how to make these more refined distinctions that indicate the most appropriate moment to ask, they may never know about the existence of such information. By learning to make more distinctions, we increase the depth of our level of understanding of the cause and effect relationship between everything that exists. How our perceptions shape our experiences. We experience the environment through our senses. At the most fundamental level, the world gets transformed into electrical impulses of energy that carries information, as well as feelings and emotions ranging from extreme happiness to rage, elation to despair, love to hate, and all the degrees of feelings and emotions in between. Each first-time encounter with the environment creates a memory, distinction, or association that didn't exist previously. A first-time encounter is any experience that is completely unique, like learning the meaning of a word that we have never heard before, and there is nothing in our mental environment to relate it to. These new memories, distinctions, and associations build into a mental framework that constitute what we have learned about the nature of the outside environment. Once we learn something, mental energy will then act as a force on our senses to recognize in the environment what we have learned about it. So there is a two-way flow of energy. First, We learn something through some unique experience. Then, we perceive what we have learned in the environment. Fear is a perfect example for illustrating this concept. We feel fear when we recognize in the environment anything that we have learned can cause us pain. We will feel this fear and consequently have a fearful experience because the negatively charged energy in our memories, distinctions, and associations will act as a force on our eyes, ears, nose, and sense of touch to recognize in the environment anything that is similar to what we have already learned can cause pain. So when we perceive something, recognizing what we have already learned in the environment, mental energy is acting as a force on our senses, instead of the environment acting as a force on our senses. In other words, the conditions are similar or identical to what we already know, and we can therefore attach some meaning to the information. The environment isn't creating the meaning as in a first-time encounter. The meaning is already inside of us, and in essence we create the experience by the way in which we perceive it, through our memories, distinctions, and associations. This is why a group of people can all be in the same location, be exposed to the same environmental information, and then afterward describe the event in a different way. The event was different for each individual because everyone experienced it differently. Their experience was a function of the structure of their mental environment. Each individual will make different associations with the same information and then experience the varying degrees of positive or negative energy connected with those associations. Each individual will make different distinctions with the same information, in effect placing a different meaning on it. Each meaning will be composed of varying degrees of positive or negative energy, thereby creating a different experience relative to everyone else's. Each person will experience the amount of time the event took differently, depending on whether they are perceiving the experience with predominantly positively charged energy, time speeds up, or negatively charged energy, time slows down. Without taking all these mental variables into consideration, it is little wonder why people get so frustrated with one another when they can't agree on what happened. Everybody's version of what happened was unique, because the way each of us experience the outside environment is determined by how we perceive it, and how we perceive it is a function of what is already inside of us unless we are in the process learning something new. The implications are that much of what we experience of the outside environment is shaped from the inside, not from the outside as most people would assume. In other words, our first-time experiences shape the meaning, as well as determine the quality of energy connected with that meaning. And then once the meaning exists inside of us, it shapes our experience of the outside by the way we pick and choose information and how we feel about that information. This is a very important concept, so I will give you another example to illustrate how our perceptions shape the way we experience the environment. Let's say that I am approaching a statue of a man. At first, I look at the statue face to face, and I experience indifference. That is, what I am seeing does not evoke any particular emotion. Then, I walk around the statue and change my viewing angle until I look at it in profile. As I look at the profile, the face reminds me of a someone, an association, whom I like very much and whom I haven't seen for years. From this new perspective, the statue would take on a new meaning, changing my experience from emotionally neutral to some strong feelings of nostalgia as I think about how much I miss this person. The energy for how I experienced that statue and that particular moment in the environment was inside of me before I even looked at it. The energy that changed the feelings I was experiencing did not come from the statue or really have anything to do with that statue. My unique mental structure caused me to experience that statue the way in which I did. It took on a new meaning as I changed my perspective because of the way the energy that was already inside of me acted on my perception. If I hadn't had the positive experiences with the person the statue reminded me of, then I would have continued to experience indifference as I looked at it. The relationship between perceptions and emotions. The energy that determines how we feel, love, hate, happiness, anger, confidence, fear, etc., in many circumstances and situations does not come from the environment. These feelings and emotions are already part of us, and we will automatically feel them when there is a match-up, perception, between what is outside in the now moment with what is already inside of us as a result of our past experiences. For example, imagine a father holding his 5-year-old son with one hand, screaming, "You stupid idiot," while spanking him with the other hand. And let's assume that this is the first time the child has heard the words stupid or idiot. Now he may not know what the words mean in an adult context, but he will most certainly connect the words with pain he is feeling through both his body as well as his ears. From that point forward, these words will have a strong negative charge attached to them in his mental environment. Now, when he encounters these words in the environment again in some future moment, he will be able to recognize them because he has experienced these words. They exist as a distinction in his mental environment. As a result of the way in which he learned the meaning of these words, how will his perception of them affect his experience of them? Whenever he hears the words stupid or idiot, he will feel the negatively charged energy connected to these words in his mental environment and consequently experience the physical environment in a painful way. Does the environment need to physically assault him, as in the first experience, for him to feel this pain? No. All he has to do is hear the words and he will experience pain. After his first encounter with these words, the pain doesn't have to come directly from the environment because it is already inside of him. Would it make any difference if from the environment's perspective that the words were spoken with absolutely no intent to cause him any pain or without any awareness that they could, in fact, cause him to feel pain? Again, no. He would not be able to perceive the intent of the environment as anything but wanting to cause him pain because that is exactly what he experiences when he hears those words. How could he know that other alternative meanings exist for these words or that they can also be used within a context of good-natured fun? He couldn't, because he has never experienced those words in any kind of fun context. He hasn't learned to make that distinction yet. From the perspective of his mental environment, there are no other alternative possibilities for the meaning of these words. Furthermore, he may never learn to make any alternative distinctions, because every time he hears the words stupid or idiot, he will perceive them in a painful way, thereby creating an experience of pain, which will in turn reinforce the negative energy already connected to the meaning for those words. From the first experience forward into the future, he will be locked into only one version of the way he can experience those words. In any given moment, there are a whole range of experiences available from the environment. What we experience as individuals will be a function of what we perceive, unless we are in a learning mode. In other words, what we are experiencing in any given moment is being shaped by what is already inside of us: memories, distinctions, associations, and beliefs, and what is already inside of us may not be remotely close to what the environment is offering in the way of experience. When we are in a learning mode, we open ourselves up to learn new distinctions and alternative meanings to expand what we know about the nature of the environment. Our experiences shape our meanings, and then the meanings shape our experiences of the future. Let me illustrate this concept for you. I was watching a local television program in spring 1987 called Gotcha Chicago. It was about some local celebrities who played practical jokes on other Chicago notables. In one segment of the program, the TV station hired a man to stand on the sidewalk along Michigan Avenue holding a sign that read, "Free money, today only." For those of you who are not familiar with Chicago, Michigan Avenue is home to many of the most expensive and fashionable department stores and boutiques in the city. The man's pockets were stuffed with cash, and he had been instructed to give money to anyone who asked for it. Considering that Michigan Avenue is one of the busiest areas of the city, how many people do you think took him up on his offer and asked for some money? Out of all the people who walked by and read the sign, only one person stopped and said, "Great. May I have a quarter to buy a bus transfer?" Otherwise, no one would even go near him. Eventually, he grew frustrated and started crying out, "Do you want any money? Please take my money. I can't give it away fast enough." Everybody just walked around him as though he didn't exist. He approached one businessman asking, "Would you like some money?" And the man responded, "Not today." The plant said, "How many days does this happen?" as he tried to give him a handful of cash, while continuing to say, "Would you please take this?" The businessman responded with a terse no and walked on. Now here is a situation where the environment was expressing itself in a way that only one person had the mental structure to perceive. For the rest of the people, there was no meaning inside of them that they could directly correlate with the actual environmental conditions. Other than the one person who asked for a quarter, nobody looked at the sign and said to themselves, "Great. Somebody is giving away free money. I wonder how much he will give me." People's responses to the conditions shouldn't be too surprising because we generally don't believe that money is ever free. And we can know what people believed about the situation by just observing their behavior. If they thought that it was possible to get free money, we can assume that they would not have walked by, ignoring the opportunity to get some. So the meaning they attached and what they experienced corresponded to their belief that free money isn't possible, or nobody gives away money on the street, no strings attached. In fact, most people probably thought he was crazy, which would explain why people went out of their way to walk around him to avoid contact. However, the environment was expressing itself in exactly the way in which it was representing itself. The sign reading, "free money," was the truth, but the information, "free money," did not connect with anything in anyone's mental environment so that it could be perceived as the truth. There was a direct one-to-one relationship between what any given individual believed, what he perceived, and what he experienced, except for one man. Everyone else obviously did not believe in the possibility of free money. They probably perceived a crazy man and thus had an erroneous experience relative to the conditions. Now, the environment did not choose the meaning any of these people placed on the information it was offering. And if the environment did not choose, then each individual created his own experience out of the situation that was presented to him. There were a number of alternate experiences available, and each alternate experience would correspond to the type of belief someone would have about the possibilities. Beliefs. Beliefs create definitions, make distinctions, and shape our perception of environmental information by programming our senses to hear, see, and select information that corresponds with what we believe. Our experience of the environment will correspond to the choices we make, and these choices will correspond to the information that is perceivable. What is perceivable to each individual, however, may not have much of a relationship to what is available or possible from the environment's perspective. Each person in the illustration of free money would claim that what he experienced was, in fact, the true reality of the situation. What would cause them to believe anything different? People think of their beliefs and subsequent experiences as a fact of reality instead of a belief about reality. This is natural because beliefs create a relationship with the environment that is best described as circular or a closed loop. What I mean by a closed loop is that every component part in the process of how we experience the environment supports every other component, making everything seem self-evident or beyond question. These closed-loop systems that beliefs create are extremely difficult to open up. The belief controls the information coming into the mental system. The information that is actually perceived will be consistent with the belief. The course of action taken will be consistent with the information perceived, and the subsequent experience will support and reinforce the validity of the belief. This is a closed system that will not allow for the possibility of other alternatives because the experiences keep on reinforcing the beliefs, making the beliefs seem increasingly more self-evident and beyond question. Unless we are open or even know how to be open to new information that could lead to new experiences, we will experience the closed-loop nature of our beliefs every moment, assuming the whole time that what we experienced in each situation was the only possibility available. The people who walked by the man giving away free money didn't know they were completely oblivious to the possibility of the environment expressing itself in such a manner. Even though the sign said, "free money," and if confronted with the same set of environmental conditions again, they would behave the same way as the first time, not knowing that other distinctions are possible, even if they are remote. The perception and the experience have to match up, because we can't experience something that we don't know about yet, unless we are open to the possibility that what we believe might be very limiting in relationship to what the environment is offering. Remember the man who refused to take the money even when it was being handed to him? He was being offered an experience that would have increased the number of distinctions he could make about the nature of the environment. Free money does exist. And he would have grown mentally as a result. Being given free money was obviously a distinction he didn't know about yet. And even though it would seem that free money would be a powerful incentive to question one's belief that it doesn't exist, it wasn't enough for this man. His beliefs obviously did not allow him to even remotely consider the possibility. Again creating this closed loop, leading him to believe that what he ended up with or experienced out of this situation was the true nature of his existence, when all it really was a reflection of the true nature of his beliefs and how they manage environmental information. Beliefs define the parameters in which we perceive environmental information. All definitions by definition create boundaries. Beliefs will manage information in various ways to maintain a balance between the inner and outer environment. Any perceived imbalance will result in some degree of either stress or illusion. In maintaining a balance, many of our responses to environmental conditions are automatic because our beliefs make the response seem self-evident, when, in fact, under any given set of environmental conditions, alternate experiences exist alongside of the experiences our beliefs locked us into. By inhibiting the flow of information into the mental system, beliefs do exactly what they are supposed to do. They limit our awareness of data so that we can learn in stages. If we believe that things exist in only one particular way, then our beliefs will act as a natural mechanism to block the acceptance of any conflicting information. Considering or accepting any new or conflicting information would open up choices that we ordinarily would not have to consider. Too many choices too soon can cause confusion and mental overload. If it were not for the limiting nature of beliefs, what would happen to our minds would probably be similar to what it would be like if a television set picked up all the information being broadcast from all the TV stations and projected that information onto the screen simultaneously on the same channel. Beliefs allow us to tune into one channel of environmental information at a time so that we can learn about the nature of the environment through that one channel. Then we can expand our awareness to pick up another channel as we learn how to deal with the additional choices we are confronted with as we become aware of the additional possibilities. How our fears function to create the experience we are trying to avoid. What we perceive is a function of the distinctions that we have learned to make. What we focus our attention on, out of all the distinctions we have learned to perceive, is a function of the intensity of the energy in the perception loop. We only have so much of our conscious attention to give to whatever information happens to be available in any given moment. Fear, high degree of negatively charged energy, has a profoundly limiting effect on the range of information that we can pay attention to. It causes us to narrow our range of perception to focus our attention onto the object of our fears. How else could we avoid what we perceive as threatening? Learning to drive is an excellent example that illustrates how fear narrows our focus of attention. The dangers of driving are obvious even to someone who has never driven before. It isn't too difficult to imagine the harmful effects of a head-on collision. Without having developed the necessary skills to control the car, the new driver would lack the confidence to know that he can respond appropriately to any given situation. That is, he doesn't trust himself. As a result, he will feel some degree of uncomfortableness or fear when he drives. The fear will, in turn, cause him to focus his attention on the oncoming traffic or concentrate on the eye-hand coordination necessary to keep the car in the appropriate lane. Because he is so focused on what he can't do and what may happen as a result, he has little if any of his attention available to do anything else, like carry on a conversation with a passenger, notice the scenery in his peripheral vision, or even read road signs. All this other environmental information is available and perceivable, but in his case it is either blocked or unnoticed because he has to devote so much of his attention to the object of his fear, the lack of control he has over the car. At the point where he becomes comfortable with his ability to drive safely, his field of awareness will open up, allowing him to perceive all this other information. The purpose of fear is to help us avoid those things in the environment we have learned to perceive as threatening. However, when we couple our painful memories with our natural propensity to associate and group environmental components together, instead of avoiding the object of our fears, we will actually create the very experiences we are trying to avoid. For example, a child severely bitten by a dog will quite naturally associate all dogs with the threat of pain and consequently generate an intense fear or even terror whenever he encounters any dog in the future. The child's fear of all other dogs other than the one that bit him is real. He has no way of making a distinction between a friendly and a dangerous dog because his personal experience has taught him that all dogs are dangerous. Because of this natural propensity to associate, all we need is one first-time experience to believe that all dogs are dangerous. That is his truth about the nature of the environment. However, his truth is not all the environment has to offer in the way of experiences in relationship to dogs. Not every dog that exists is dangerous. Quite the contrary, very few would be considered threatening. Most see a child and want to play. Now, in every chance encounter the child has with a dog in the future, he will create an experience of terror, regardless of the disposition of any particular dog he happens to run into. If a dog makes any movement toward the child will perceive that movement as an actual attack when all the dog wanted to do was play or be petted. In fact, the child could become so afraid of being attacked that he will devote most, if not all, of his attention to scanning the surrounding environment for dogs. Eventually, his senses will become attuned to picking up their sights and sounds. And every time he sees or hears one, he will create another terrifying experience that just reinforces his fears. His focus of attention will attract to his attention the object of his fears so that he can avoid what he has learned is threatening. The problem is that what he has learned is erroneous in relationship to the conditions, that not all dogs are dangerous. Not knowing that, he will naturally believe that his terror is coming from outside him instead of inside him. In effect, his fears are acting on his perception to create the very experiences he is trying to avoid by causing him to hone in on all the dogs in the environment. What we focus our attention on in the environment is what we will usually get. The dog biting example is a graphic illustration of this. However, there are other ways that our fears act as a cause to create what we are trying to avoid that aren't so obvious. Remember that all fears act on our perception as a warning mechanism to help us avoid what we believe to be threatening. One way to avoid the object of our fears is simply to refuse to acknowledge the existence of threatening information. Another more subtle way that will create some real blind spots in our perception is to focus all our attention on alternative, non-threatening, information to the exclusion of everything else. These blind spots will exclude whole categories of perceivable information from our awareness, which can result in some disastrous consequences, especially in the trading environment. For example, let's say that the market is offering us what we believe to be a good opportunity to make some money, so we go ahead and put on a trade, but at the same time we are also operating out of a fear of being wrong. We will fear being wrong because, if we are, it will force us to feel whatever negative energy has accumulated inside of us as a result of being wrong in the past. Now, if the market offers us a choice between information that would indicate we are right or information that would indicate that we are wrong, what information will we naturally focus our attention on? The information that will make us right, without acknowledging or considering the implications of the information that would indicate otherwise. Again, those implications could be disastrous. Let's look at another example of a trader who is afraid of losing. A fear of losing presents an obvious conflict because it would be difficult to put on a trade in the first place. However, for the sake of this example, let's say this trader was so attracted to a specific opportunity that he managed to operate outside of his fear long enough to put on a trade. Now, the kind of information he focuses his attention on will depend on what the market does. If the market goes against him, he will be afraid to confront the possibility of another loss, so he will focus his attention on any other non-threatening information. If the market happens to come back to his entry point, he will exit the trade in a sigh of relief, regardless of what the potential is for any further movement in his direction. But, if the market continues to go against him, his mental defenses will begin to break down as the threatening information becomes just too overwhelming for him to be able to block from his awareness any longer. At that point, he could easily become paralyzed and not be able to do anything on his behalf. Eventually, his stress and anxiety will become so acute that the only way he can relieve it is by getting out of the trade. On the other hand, if he finds himself in a winning trade, he will focus on completely different information. His fear of losing will cause him to focus his attention on what the market can take away from him. In a winning trade, he will exclude from his awareness any information that would indicate what the potential is for the market to continue to move in his direction, which is the only information he focused on in a losing trade, and instead focus exclusively on information that will confirm his fears of the market, retracing back to his entry point or beyond. In effect, his fear of losing causes him to exit the trade early for a small profit regardless of whatever the possible profit potential was in that trade. Once he is out, if the market continues to move in his original direction, he will agonize over the profits he left on the table and wonder why he just couldn't hang in there just a little longer, not realizing that his fear of losing actually caused him to lose all those additional profits. What you have just been given is an example of why the vast majority of traders cut their profits short and let their losses run. In a winning trade, the fear of losing will cause us to focus our attention on information that the market is going to take our profits away, compelling us to get out early. In a losing trade, we will focus our attention on just the opposite information, anything other than that which would indicate the trade is a loser. Fear causes us to act without a perception of choice. When we are afraid to confront certain categories of market information, it drastically limits the choices that we perceive as available, Cutting a loss isn't a choice if we systematically block from our awareness any information that would indicate that we are in a losing trade. Staying in a winner isn't a choice if we are consumed with the fear that the market is going to take away our money. To prevent these blind spots in our perception, we have to learn to trade without fear. And to trade without fear, we need to completely trust ourselves to confront and accept whatever information the market is offering about itself. And we need to be able to trust ourselves to know that we will always act in our best interests without hesitation, regardless of the conditions. Any endeavor will require some degree of trust. We would find it difficult to cross the street if we didn't trust ourselves to be able to get out of the way of the oncoming traffic. From a psychological perspective, the market environment can wreak just as much havoc in our lives as getting hit by a car. To be successful as traders, we need to believe that we can win with an absence of fear so we can make better assessments of the conditions and perceive more choices. What this means is that we have to do the necessary mental work to release ourselves from anything within us that would cause us to narrow our focus of attention or specifically block certain categories of information from our awareness. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Why we need to learn how to adapt. There is a direct relationship between our ability to adapt to changing environmental conditions and the level of satisfaction we feel about our lives. To adapt to the changes occurring in the outside environment implies that we are changing ourselves as we learn more and more of what the environment has to offer in terms of distinctions about its nature. The more distinctions we can make between the various components of the environment and how they act as a force on one another, the more information becomes available to us through our perception. As we expand our perception of information available, we will gain a deeper level of understanding and insight into the cause and effect relationship that we have with the outside environment. That is, how the environment has the potential to act as a force on us and how the environment will react to the force of our behavior. The deeper the level of our understanding and insight, the more effectively we can interact with the environment to fulfill our needs and achieve our goals. Fulfilling our needs and achieving our goals create within us a feeling of well-being, confidence, and satisfaction about our lives that would otherwise be characterized by feelings of dissatisfaction, disappointment, and deterioration when we can't fulfill ourselves. Success, confidence, and satisfaction are all synonymous. They breed from one another to create and perpetuate a positive cycle of expansion and mental growth. And, by the same token, disappointment, dissatisfaction, and deterioration also feed on one another to create negative cycles of emotional pain, anxiety, and depression. To fulfill our needs and achieve our goals, there has to be some level of correspondence or balance between the inner mental environment and the outer physical environment. What I mean by correspondence is some level of understanding of how the outer environment works. Our needs, intents, goals, and desires, all exist first in the mental environment. Then one of three things can happen in some future moment in the physical environment. They are either 100% fulfilled, partially fulfilled, or not fulfilled at all, resulting in feelings of satisfaction or dissatisfaction equivalent to the degree of fulfillment. To fulfill ourselves, we need to interact with the outside environmental forces. The extent to which we fulfill ourselves is a function of knowing the most appropriate set of steps to take in relationship to the outer conditions and to what extent we can act on what we know. Knowing the most appropriate set of steps to take in relationship to the prevailing conditions is a function of how much or little we have learned in relationship to what is available to be learned. Example: draw a large circle with a diameter of approximately 6 feet. This circle will represent everything that is available to be learned about the nature of the universe, not limited by what we know of it, but as it exists in every way as yet to be discovered. Now, draw a smaller circle within the larger one, with a diameter of approximately 2 feet. This smaller circle will represent all the accumulated knowledge of humankind since the dawn of our existence, in other words, what we have learned in relationship to what we have yet to discover about the interacting forces of our environment and ourselves. Now, place a dot within the smaller circle. This dot would probably be a fair representation of what each of us as individuals has accumulated in knowledge, insight, and understanding, in relationship to what has already been discovered and learned by others, both in the past and present, in relationship to everything else that is still waiting to be discovered. The empty space between the inside boundaries of the larger circle and the smaller circle is basically everything we don't know or haven't learned about yet, either individually or collectively. There are many things in the environment available to be experienced. However, until we learn about them, we won't experience them, just as people couldn't experience atomic energy until it was discovered. Yet it existed in the environment, waiting to be experienced and learned about for hundreds of thousands of years before we actually discovered it. These were hidden components that had to be actively uncovered by someone. Otherwise, if the environment acts as a force on us in ways that we haven't learned to understand yet, we will either dismiss the experience as not real or form some superstition or think of it as some unknown or random force, until we investigate and understand the phenomena. When we investigate, we learn to make enough distinctions to recognize all the interacting components acting as a force on one another to create the effect that we also believed was random, until we learned about the experience. For years, many people in the academic community believed that the markets were random. This is a perfect example of their general lack of understanding of human nature. People act as a force on prices in perfectly logical ways when you understand the logic of their fears. The small circle represents what has been discovered and experienced by somebody at some time in human history. All the discoveries throughout human history have expanded the small circle to include more and more of the larger one. For example, the small circle would probably have been a tenth of its present size during the Middle Ages. Each discovery since then changed the environment that we could experience because it added something to the mental environment that didn't previously exist in it. In other words, as we learned, we changed the way we perceive the world around us, resulting in the evolution of the thinking of humankind overall. There is no question that the accumulated knowledge of humankind has increased to levels that would be completely inconceivable to or boggle the mind of even the broadest, most progressive thinking person alive just 100 years ago. Everything that exists now that didn't exist then, cars, planes, phones, computers, etc., is the result of what someone learned and shared with others, and consequently it changed the consistency and makeup of the environment we live in. And yet all of what we have now existed as possibilities since the beginning of humankind. The possibility for manned spaceflight existed from the first moment that a person looked up into a starlit sky and wondered what it would be like to be on the moon. Of course, we didn't even attempt to do it until our knowledge evolved to a point where mere wishing could be turned into a reality. But what if we could go back to 1889 and tell the typical 40-year-old person about the world their great-great-great-grandchildren will grow up in? There is no way he would believe how different things will be. He wouldn't believe it because he wouldn't have the mental framework to believe it, just like we would have a very difficult time believing what we will have evolved into 100 years from now. The dot simply represents the world we experience as individuals in relationship to what would be possible to experience if we had inside of our mental environment all the accumulated knowledge of humankind. Everything you and I know as individuals in relationship to everything we haven't learned yet would represent the current set of limitations that we operate from. That is, all our individual accumulated knowledge, every memory, belief, distinction, association, insight, or understanding about the nature of the physical environment would all represent our personal limitations compared to what is available in the environment to experience, believe, and understand. That is, there will always be more information available in the environment than what our personal limitations will allow us to perceive or experience. Just contemplate the immensity of what we don't know yet. Consider that every person who exists acts as a force on the environment to change it in some way that can affect us as individuals in some gratifying or unsatisfying way. The way in which each individual acts as a cause to change the environment, which in turn affects everyone else, will correspond to the makeup of his mental environment. So, until you or I understand every facet of everyone else's behavior and the ways in which they can express themselves to act as a force on the environment, meaning the rest of us, then every other person that exists would represent an unknown outside force to the extent that we haven't learned about human nature or understand it. We could start filling in the small circle with dots to represent the knowledge of each individual that exists on the planet until the circle was almost filled. The blank space left in the small circle would represent knowledge that exists in some form that is not inside the mind of some person alive today. We could also organize the dots into clusters, where each dot would overlap a bit to represent the shared knowledge and beliefs of different cultures, although they couldn't overlap too much because we all know something different because of our individual differences in experiences. The dots would also have to be different sizes to represent the increased or decreased levels of understanding and insight that we operate out of in relationship to one another. For example, the dot of a child would be much smaller than the dot of a typical adult. The physical environment was here before we were born, and we certainly weren't born with the insight that we need to interact with it in such a way that we can assure ourselves of experiencing high levels of satisfaction. For example, if there was a 100% correspondence between our mental and physical environment, then everything there is to know about the nature of the physical environment we would have already learned, and this knowledge would be a component part of the mental environment. Implied within this perfect correspondence would be a complete understanding of all the forces that operate in the physical environment, coupled with a complete understanding of their cause and effect relationship. We would know exactly how the environment would act as a force on us to create experience and how the environment would respond as a counteracting force to the force we apply to it through our behavior. And, therefore, with this perfect understanding, we would know the most appropriate set of steps to take to fulfill our needs, intents, goals, and desire, resulting in a complete state of satisfaction. I am defining behavior as the outward physical expression of mental energy acting as a force on the outside environment. Obviously, none of us possesses this kind of perfect correspondence with the environment, and, as a result, it is probably safe to say that none of us lives our lives in a complete state of satisfaction. However, the more we understand and know about the interacting forces behind our own behavior and the interacting environmental forces outside of us, the easier it is to fulfill our needs and achieve our goals, resulting in greater levels of satisfaction that we will experience in our lives. Conversely, if we don't understand our own behavior, we certainly can't begin to understand or anticipate anyone else's. And the less we understand and know about the rest of the environmental components that have a potential to act as a force on us, then it would stand to reason that the less potential we have to fulfill our needs and achieve our goals, resulting in feelings of disappointment, stress, anxiety, unhappiness, and fear. Learning and the quality of our experiences. As I have mentioned, we aren't born with the knowledge that we need to operate effectively in the physical environment to fulfill ourselves. However, we are born with the need to know. This need to know operates as a driving force in our lives coming from the innermost depths of who we are. Our natural sense of curiosity compels us to explore and learn. For example, once we have learned the nature of something or accomplished some task, we quickly become bored and go on to something different. Boredom acts as an inner force compelling us to look for something new to discover and learn about. Attractions also act as an inner force, compelling us to move through the environment to discover and create experience. Take the object of a child's curiosity, something he is attracted to, away from him, and what will happen? He will usually start crying or even throw a fit. His crying is an indication that his inner needs are not being fulfilled. Crying is a form of grieving to compensate for the lack of balance between the inner and outer environments. When we have explored the object of our attraction to our satisfaction, it means the inside has been filled with what the outside has to offer in terms of experience. When that happens, we simply lose interest, become bored, and start to scan the environment for something else that might attract our attention. There is another characteristic of our nature that supports our need to learn. Whenever we learn a skill, the steps involved in the operation of that skill drop down to an unconscious level of operation, so we are then free to learn something new. To learn a skill, we usually have to break the skill down into a series of small steps and concentrate on each individual step until we can put all the steps together into a series of effective movements. By concentrating on each small step, we narrow our focus of attention to the point where we are oblivious to anything else going on in the environment. For example, think of a time in your life when you were trying to learn a new skill, say, in some sport, and while you were trying to put all the movements together, someone was attempting to get your attention on some completely unrelated matter. In such a situation, we would find it extremely difficult, if not impossible, to stay focused on one without destroying our concentration on the other. However, after we have successfully made the skill a learned resource, we could easily perform the movements while focusing our attention elsewhere. Without this characteristic of our nature, where our skills drop to an unconsciousness level of operation, we would find it nearly impossible to move beyond the performance level of a typical infant. Just think what it would be like if we had to concentrate on all the movements necessary just to pick something up the way a typical infant does. We didn't always have the eye and hand coordination that we take completely for granted. We had to learn it. We learned it because we were attracted to things in the environment we wanted to experience with our sense of touch. As we learn each skill, we can automatically access the series of movements to execute the skill, so we don't have to concentrate on any of the individual steps, which then frees our attention to explore and continually expand what we can become aware of. Learning is a function of our existence. It will occur quite naturally through our powerful sense of curiosity and what we find ourselves attracted to in the environment that we just need to know everything about. At the most fundamental level, learning will happen just because we are alive and have to interact with the environment to stay alive. So we will learn something. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that what we have learned is very useful with respect to how we might go about fulfilling ourselves in some satisfactory way. We have very little control in our early years over what we learn about the nature of the outside world and how it works. I will discuss this in more detail in a moment. As we expand our personal dot, as in the example, to learn more and more of what the environment has to offer in the way of insight about itself, we increase our level of correspondence with it. When we learn, we change the makeup and consistency of our inner environment. Each change we make on the inside simultaneously changes our perspective and perception of the outside. The outside environment is different because we are operating out of new insights and understandings as a result of what has been added to or changed on the inside. Each new insight makes available to us new and different choices on how to interact more appropriately with the environment to change the quality of our experiences. This may seem like an obvious correlation between what we have learned and how much satisfaction we experience in our lives, but I assure you it is not. If it was so obvious, then most people wouldn't have such a difficult time making the connection between the deteriorating conditions, lack of happiness or satisfaction in their lives, and their lack of insight, coupled with a refusal to acknowledge there is something they don't know and need to learn. There are always greater levels of satisfaction available in every experience until we reach the point where we know everything there is to know. If we did know everything there is to know, we could expect outcomes from the outside that would correspond exactly with the inside mental environment. This kind of perfect correspondence between inner and outer would be the result of our perfect understanding of ourselves, the inner forces that act on our behavior in relationship to the outer environmental forces that act on us. Since none of us is at the level of perfect knowledge, we can assume that within every experience we have with the physical environment there are other probable experiences resulting from other choices that were available but unknown to us at the time. The point being that what we end up with in any given situation will correspond exactly with our level of understanding, insight, and ability to act on what we know. The more we allow ourselves to learn, the better able we are at making assessments about the possibilities that exist in some future moment. However, implied within the foregoing statement is that we are, first, willing to acknowledge that other possible futures exist, not just the one future that our expectations and beliefs about what we have already learned lock us into. Keep in mind that everything we know in relationship to everything we haven't learned yet would represent the current set of limitations that we operate out of. Conceptually, these individual limitations are no different from the choices people in the Middle Ages were blinded to by believing that the earth was flat. If we aren't willing to acknowledge that in any given situation more information and choices exist than what our beliefs allow us to perceive, then we will never learn to recognize or anticipate the existence of these other more satisfying possibilities. By acknowledging the possibility that a more appropriate set of steps exists, we open ourselves up to perceive and then learn the steps that can lead to greater levels of satisfaction. Refusing to acknowledge the existence of these possibilities would be the same as claiming that electricity didn't exist before it was discovered. When we continually argue for the status quo by defending what we already believe we know, the environment will seem to be constantly assaulting us, resulting in feelings of stress and anxiety. The outer environment becomes assaulting because it is offering us more to learn about the nature of the ways in which things exist, and we are simply refusing to learn. In fact, we can easily determine if we need to learn something to operate in the environment more effectively by just monitoring the way we feel. If there were never an imbalance or lack of correspondence between the mental and the physical environments, then theoretically we wouldn't ever have a reason to feel disappointment, frustration, confusion, stress, or anxiety. It is only because there is an imbalance, a lack of harmony or correspondence, between the mental and physical that we ever experience any of these unpleasant, negative emotions. Because when there is a balance between the inside and outside, we experience the opposite feelings of joy, happiness, and satisfaction. So it would stand to reason that any time we feel these negative emotions, it is because we either didn't know the most appropriate set of steps, resulting in frustration and disappointment, or we don't know what to do next, resulting in stress, anxiety, and confusion. In any case, our feelings will always tell us about the state of our relationship with the environment and point the way to what we need to learn to experience greater degrees of satisfaction. For example, if we aren't experiencing satisfaction in our personal relationships, would it be too simple to assume that the reason is because we haven't developed the appropriate interpersonal skills? Is it possible that there are certain communication skills available that, once learned and used, can result in much more satisfying personal relationships and deeper levels of intimacy? The problem is that it is just as easy to assume that the appropriate skills leading to greater levels of satisfaction don't exist, or that we already know what we need to know, and if we aren't experiencing satisfaction now, it must therefore not be possible to experience it at all. When we operate out of the last assumption, even if the environment presents us with evidence that deeper levels of satisfaction are possible, observing another couple who are experiencing satisfaction, we would probably assume that they are acting as if they were happy for appearance's sake. That way, we won't have to take responsibility for learning something they might know. The first assumption would result in investigation, learning, and expansion, leading to greater levels of effectiveness and satisfaction. The last two assumptions would obviously lead to more dissatisfaction. The names and places may change, but we will experience the same kind of painful conditions over and over again. These cycles of dissatisfaction will continue until we acknowledge there is something we need to learn and go about the task of learning it. What we already know will block what we haven't learned yet. Obviously, acknowledging there is something that we need to learn is not as easy as it sounds. In fact, acknowledging that we don't know something or that what we do know isn't very useful or effective presents us with one of the major paradoxes of life. The dilemma we are confronted with is, how can we know what we don't know when what we have already learned will block our perception of what we haven't learned yet? For example, once we learn that trading is easy, the first few quick winning trades will establish that belief. It will block our perception of information to the contrary, that trading is probably one of the hardest endeavors one could choose to undertake. Each of these beliefs, that trading is easy or trading is hard, would result in the perception of completely different choices as being available from the environment, resulting in very different outcomes based on the choices perceived and acted on. We don't question the usefulness or effectiveness of something we have already learned, simply because what each of us has learned we experienced in some way. That is, we won't question what we have experienced just because we experienced it, meaning the reality of the experience is based in our five senses. What is inside of us we either felt, saw, heard, smelled, or tasted. That's real enough. Once an experience becomes a component part of our mental environment in the form of a memory, belief, or association, it becomes a part of what is commonly believed to be our identity and beyond question. However, we are open to learn practically anything the environment has to offer, if we haven't been previously exposed in some way. We will soak up first-time information like a sponge, regardless of what it is. However, once it is inside of us, we will either defend it or defend against it. Hide from information in the environment that we don't want to acknowledge as a part of our mental environment, instead of making ourselves available to learn more of what the environment has to offer in the way of insight about itself or ourselves, as the case may be. To defend against the intrusion of information requires energy. This investment in energy is commonly referred to as stress. The simplest definition that I can think of for stress is that it is what we feel when we are actively blocking information from the environment. In physical terms, stress is really no different from walking against the wind. Symbolically, the wind would represent various categories of environmental information we don't want to confront. Our bodies walking against the wind would represent what we have already learned, what is already inside of us that blocks what is outside of us. The two forces clash and we feel stress. One of the biggest ironies of life is that everyone wants to be right. In other words, everyone assumes what they have experienced and learned about the nature of the way things exist to be the true and correct version. The irony is everyone's version is correct by virtue of the fact that what is inside all of us was experienced by our physical senses. If we saw it, if we read it, if we heard it, if we felt it, if we tasted it, if we smelled it, or any combination thereof, we experienced it. However, not everybody's version of what the environment has to offer in the way of experiences is particularly useful or effective as a resource for interacting with the environment in a way that would lead to satisfactory outcomes. Just because something gets input into our mental environment doesn't mean that it's of any real value in helping us to fulfill ourselves. A child has no way of conceptualizing how his experiences are forming beliefs about the nature of reality, concepts that would, in fact, be much different under different environmental conditions. He unquestioningly takes an experience as a fact of reality because the beliefs he is forming are founded in feelings and emotions. He does not reflect on his experiences to assess the quality of the beliefs he is forming. He has no way of determining how these beliefs will either act as resources or obstacles to self-expression in the future. The child doesn't understand that any belief that he forms will define reality in a way that excludes other possibilities, or that he will make associations with experiences, lumping components of the environment together in ways that are very limiting and not practical. Many of these beliefs will just naturally be discharged as his attractions cause him to interact with the environment in new ways. All of us will just naturally grow into a new set of limitations as we expand our awareness by learning, which in turn releases us from things we used to believe. However, if the quality of the energy in many of our beliefs is negatively charged, then our fear will act as an obstacle to self-expression, limiting what we can perceive from the environment as possibilities. For example, someone who grew up constantly being belittled or criticized by his parents knows exactly how that feels. The beliefs he forms about himself and his relationship with the environment, as a result, were formed in a reality of pain. Certainly he wouldn't know, while growing up, that he was forming a belief about his relative unworthiness as a person. Unworthiness is a concept that he may not learn about well into his adult years, and he may never learn how to release himself from the damaging effects. But in the meantime, his fear of being ridiculed and belittled will drastically limit the possibilities he perceives in the environment for self-expression. Many possibilities that seem self-evident to someone without this fear would be totally out of the realm of possibility for him. An even bigger irony is that the more we acknowledge the possibility that our version of the way things exist isn't as effective of a resource as it could be, the more we make ourselves available to learn from the environment. By expanding our personal dot to include more of what is outside of us inside of us, the more it increases our level of correspondence with the outside, leaving less and less of what is out there that we don't know about, thereby increasing our ability to be right. The more we allow ourselves to learn, the better able we are at making assessments about the probabilities that exist in some future moment. How could we not be better off by learning something when you consider that the environment can act as a force on us in an almost infinite variety of ways, some of which we know about, many others we couldn't begin to anticipate unless we keep on learning in spite of what we already know. The more we believe we know, the more we make the environment prove to us that what we know isn't particularly useful or effective. The problem is that proof could be right in front of our noses and we wouldn't have the mental framework to recognize it, unless we willingly allowed ourselves to confront it and consider it. Otherwise, if we all knew so much, we wouldn't ever experience emotional pain, because it is a perfect indication that we don't know how to interact with the environment to our satisfaction, because if we did, we would. All this should be somewhat apparent because it is not a typical human characteristic to actively gather and consider information that conflicts with what we already know and believe to be true. However, consider that hidden within the environmental information that we haven't learned to perceive yet, either because we haven't learned to make the appropriate distinctions or because the information is being blocked by our current set of beliefs, are a more appropriate set of steps to fulfilling ourselves. What we haven't learned yet is outside of each one of us, waiting to become a part of our personal dot. What we don't know represents all the information that could result in choices that have much more satisfying outcomes. However, since we can't know what we haven't learned yet and what we do know blocks the perception of other alternatives that exist for satisfaction, we easily get caught in these terribly unsatisfying life cycles, believing that is all the world has to offer, when our predicament is merely the result of our inability to adapt ourselves. When we do allow ourselves to adapt, we learn that there are always more choices available than our beliefs will allow us to perceive. What I mean by adapt is to identify and actively change something that is already inside of us so there is a higher degree of correspondence between the inside and outside. Each first-time experience with the physical environment creates a distinction in the mental environment about its nature. All information or possibilities that exist in the same category as that first experience will then be filtered perceptually through what we learned from that experience. Again, I will use the example of a child whose first experience with a dog is a painful one, meaning that the first dog the child attempted to play with, out of his natural sense of curiosity, bit him. As a result of this one experience, the child will naturally associate all dogs with the one that bit him. What he learned will then act as a mental barrier to anything else the environment may have to offer with respect to all other dogs. I have used the words naturally associate to point out that the child will not have to actively think about the limiting way in which dogs will be characterized in his mental environment. The associations will occur automatically, as a natural function of the way our minds are wired. So he will not have to see the dog that bit him. Any dog will cause him to remember the pain of his previous experience. As a result of his first experience with a dog being painful, he will automatically associate any future encounters with dogs with his one painful experience. Regardless of how erroneous his association is or how the environment may try to prove to him that most dogs are friendly and will not cause him pain, he won't believe it, because what he has already learned about dogs, not one dog, but all dogs, will cause him to block the acceptance of this new information into his mental system. However, if the child's first experience with a dog is positive, he will obviously have no reservations to play with any dog until he has a painful experience. In this case, however, if he is bitten, he will not automatically associate all other dogs with the one that bit him because he has already learned that the environment has more to offer than this one painful experience. What he will learn, that is new for him, is that not all dogs are friendly and that he must use some caution when interacting with them until he can determine their disposition. The child whose first experience was painful doesn't know that he can experience happiness and joy with dogs. He doesn't know it because he hasn't experienced it. It isn't something he has learned yet, regardless of the evidence the environment may be presenting him. Nor will he likely learn it until he is willing to step through his fear. All other information being offered to him about the nature of dogs will be blocked or rejected by the energy of what he has already learned. You can teach a child anything you please, regardless of how erroneous or dysfunctional it is relative to the environmental conditions. The child will believe what you teach him because what he experiences becomes a part of his identity. Anything we experience will become a functioning part of our identity. When I say functioning, I mean that once something is inside of us, regardless of what it is, it then has the potential to act as a force on our behavior. All these functioning parts that we call memories of experiences, beliefs, and associations, in turn then act as an internal force to shape our perception of the environment we experience out of what is available to experience. As you already know, what each one of us fears as individuals is something that we have at some point in our lives learned to fear. As a result of our experiences, when we feel fear, it is because we have learned to perceive the environmental conditions as threatening in some way. Whereas someone who hasn't had a painful experience associated with those same environmental conditions has learned to perceive the environment conditions in a completely different way, a way that corresponds with his previous experience. One person can perceive the conditions as a threat, the other as an opportunity, in the same moment, based on what is already inside of them. In other words, what they have already taken into their mental environment as experience will determine how they perceive the environmental conditions, whether as an opportunity to experience joy or as a threat to experience pain and all the degrees in between. What is really interesting is that neither one would be able to convince the other of the validity of his perception, because what they are experiencing at the moment is directly related to what they have already learned. We will usually only question the value of something that is inside of us, if we are forced to, as an absolute last resort. What would be the ultimate proof that we need to finally make us acknowledge that there is something we need to learn? Pain. We will acknowledge the need to learn when we are experiencing the emotional pain of a great disappointment or stress and anxiety because we don't know what to do next, and we are finding it increasingly difficult to shift the responsibility for what we are ending up with. If we go back to the believing that trading is easy example, why would we consider that trading is difficult when we already know that it is easy? What would cause us to question the usefulness of such a belief? The emotional pain of disappointment as a result of not being able to achieve our goals. Once we question the usefulness, what happens? A whole world of information opens up to us on how we can learn to interact with the trading environment more effectively by increasing our level of correspondence. However, everything we would find in the environment to increase our understanding already existed, unless we think of something completely new on our own. The only thing that stopped us from finding it before was the energy of what we already knew, blocking what we haven't learned yet. The problem is that if learning something new means that we have to change what we have already learned, we instinctively seem to refuse to do it, regardless of how inappropriate what we have learned may be relative to what we would need to know to experience satisfaction. Once we have learned something, it will act as a force to block other information that would result in the perception of other choices. Even children will resist the acceptance of information that is contrary to what they have already learned, regardless of how dysfunctional their knowledge may be. All learning is synonymous with change, whether we are changing something we already know or learning something completely new. If we refuse to change, adapt, the inside, adding to what we know to create more distinctions and change our perspective, then we are not learning what we need to know to experience something different in the outer environment. If there is no change on the inside, there will be no perceived change in the outside, thereby locking us into recurring cycles of pain and dissatisfaction. What's more, we will continue to suffer until the pain becomes so great that we are left with no choice other than to reassess how we go about managing our lives, that is, reassessing the usefulness of our beliefs. What we do know becomes obsolete. Besides the cycles of dissatisfaction that our current set of limitations locks us into, what we know blocks what we haven't learned yet. There is an even more practical reason for learning how to adapt. All of us are forced to interact with a constantly changing physical environment to fulfill our needs and achieve our goals. The way we interact with the environment, what choices we perceive in relationship to what is actually available from the environment's perspective, and what we do in relationship to what we perceive are all a function of what we have learned. Now, if you will recall, everything that constitutes the physical environment is in constant motion. Anything that is in motion, which includes everything made of atoms and molecules, is also changing over time. So change is an automatic function of the physical environment. However, the mental environment is composed of positively or negatively charged energy that carries information about our experiences, what we have learned that forms into organizational patterns that we call beliefs and concepts about the nature of the physical environment. Energy is not made of atoms and molecules and therefore does not change over time. In fact, energy exists in a non-physical dimension outside of time as we perceive it with our senses. Electrical energy or chemically produced electrical energy can be stored just the same as in a battery, and the information it carries is stored with it. That is, time has no effect on the quality of this energy, the degree of the positive or negative charge, and the ways in which it affects our perception of environmental information and how it acts as a force on our behavior. Changing our mental environment to correspond with the constant external changes going on in the physical environment is not automatic. The information stored in our mental environment about the nature of the physical environment can remain unchanged for years or a lifetime, for that matter, regardless of how outdated, useless, or even harmful it may be. And furthermore, this outdated knowledge will continue to act as a force on our behavior, causing us to interact with the environment in completely inappropriate ways relative to the conditions. So even if we are experiencing satisfaction in certain areas of our lives, we cannot take it for granted that the conditions that we have learned to interact with will stay as we know them to exist. The outside conditions are in constant motion, presenting us with different forces to learn about and adapt to. In the market environment, for example, the changes in conditions are highly visible and usually moment to moment, whereas in other types of environments that we typically operate in, the forces of change work a little slower and are less visible, but they are changing nevertheless. The problem is that the conditions will change and we won't necessarily recognize these changes even if we start to experience some degree of dissatisfaction, unless we are constantly vigilant that even though we have learned something that works, it can still become obsolete. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. The Dynamics of Goal Achievement. The extent to which we fulfill our needs and achieve our goals with any degree of satisfaction is, first, a function of our being able to recognize our needs and formulate our goals. This is not as simple as it sounds. Our natural sense of curiosity and our attractions are very powerful inner forces that create a state of need or put us in a state of imbalance with the physical environment until the needs are satisfied. When we feel these attractions to certain activities, people, or objects in the environment, it is often difficult to visualize the possibilities or formulate any plans because of other inner forces in the form of beliefs, associations, or memories that act as barriers. We need to understand the relationship and possible conflicts between what we need or feel very attracted to and these other inner forces that in a sense say no. The extent to which we fulfill our needs and achieve our goals with any degree of satisfaction is, second, a function of the degree to which we understand the nature of the external environmental forces we have to interact with to fulfill our needs and achieve our goals. The depth of our understanding will correlate directly with the way in which we express ourselves in the environment to create the effect that we want. Third, it is a function of the repertoire of skills that we have developed to interact with the environment. And, fourth, a function of our ability to execute those skills. Any differences between what we wanted, expected, desired, or needed and what we got is simply an indication of the degree to which we haven't learned what we needed to know or evidence that we don't have the appropriate skills to do what needed to be done. Included as a factor in the first category where we haven't learned what we needed to know is our ability or lack thereof to objectively, without illusion, assess the availability of what we wanted or needed from the environment's perspective. In other words, what we wanted may have not been available to begin with or available in the quantity we wanted or in the time frame we wanted or needed. And we didn't have the mental framework to make the kinds of distinctions to indicate the actual availability beforehand. We also have to consider that what we wanted may have actually been available but unperceivable. As a result of not having learned to make the appropriate distinctions, which would, in turn, give us the kind of perspective where we could notice its availability. In these kinds of situations, we usually end up saying to ourselves, "I wish," or, "If only I had known that then." When we find out afterward, what we didn't know at the time would have made a difference on how we saw things. Often, however, we never find out that what we wanted and didn't get was only one minor shift in perspective. Not knowing, of course, that the reason why we didn't get it was because we just didn't know, there was something more we needed to learn. If we had the mental framework to make the appropriate distinctions, we can assume that we would have, unless something was blocking our perception. I might add here that when we interact with other people, if we use force and manipulation to get what otherwise would be unavailable, what we are doing is forcing them to behave outside of their beliefs. If their beliefs were consistent with what we wanted from them, then we wouldn't need to use force or manipulation because a state of harmony would exist. We don't need to use force or manipulation on someone to do something that they already believe in. Whenever we do, it creates a state of imbalance in them that they would normally rectify by some means of revenge, that we would just have to deal with at some point in the future. As a general observation of the human condition that goes along with this, most of us spend our lives trying to change what is in front of us to suit the makeup of our inner environment, when all we need to do is change the way we think about what is in front of us and we will change the quality of our experience of it. In the second category, where we don't have the appropriate skills to do what needed to be done, we may recognize the most appropriate set of steps to take and also objectively assess the availability of what we want, but that doesn't mean that we have the skills to execute those steps. It is possible to underestimate the skills required in relation to the conditions to accomplish what we want, i.e., we don't know any better, or we could overestimate our abilities in relation to the conditions. Furthermore, even if we have learned the appropriate skills, there may be any number of beliefs or fears that act as barriers or limiting forces that will prevent us from properly executing the steps leading to what we want to accomplish. These beliefs or fears can be something that we have a conscious awareness of, or they can be completely subconscious. I am defining subconscious as any experience that we don't have immediate access to with our conscious thought process. For example, someone could be afraid of going into the water, be conscious of the fear itself, but not have the slightest recollection of a painful experience associated with water to know why he can't express himself in that way. There is a very important distinction here that you need to make between recollection and memories. What we experience in the environment becomes a memory. Our ability to bring that memory into our conscious thought process is recollection. Some memories are easy to recall because the pathways to wherever the memory is stored are used a lot. In other words, we remember how to remember certain memories. However, there are many other experiences that become subconscious. These are memories that we have either forgotten how to remember because we don't use the pathways or we were never really fully aware of what was being perceived by our senses in the first place. However, the point here is that none of what goes into the mental environment disappears or no longer exists just because we don't remember it. Our ability to recall consciously any particular belief that we are taught as a child or our ability to recall any particular experience is not a factor in the dynamics of how any of these mental components act as a force on our behavior. Neither is physical clock time for that matter. Our conscious recollection of experiences may fade with time, but time has no impact on the electrical charge, quality of energy, or the amount of emotional force behind the charge. For example, the old adage that time heals all wounds is not applicable to the mental environment. Time will heal wounds to the body because the body is a part of a physical reality where everything is in motion and changing over time. However, time has no impact on the memories stored in our mental environment because the mental environment is not composed of physical matter. It is composed of stored energy that does not change with the passing of time. Emotional wounds, negatively charged mental energy, will never go away unless we learn how to release ourselves from them or change them. People think time heals emotional wounds because after years of experiences they either inadvertently let go of the pain or build a system of beliefs as a defense to shield themselves from it. In fact, our seemingly infinite capacity to resist acknowledging the injury and hiding the effects of emotional wounds makes them very elusive. We almost always know when we have injured our bodies in some way. If you break your leg, you know it because you won't be able to walk. If it doesn't heal properly, you will know that too because you won't be able to walk the same as before or it may still hurt to walk. Yet, emotional wounds are not always so self-evident, because we can always structure our beliefs to make it seem as if we are not responsible for the cycles of dissatisfaction and emotional pain we experience in our lives, thus insulating ourselves from the effects of our own negatively charged energy. This is being pointed out because I have found that most people have a great deal of difficulty believing that something that happened to them in their childhood can still affect how they perceive their environment and how they express themselves now. Although, when you think about it, how could it be any other way? Everything that we experience becomes a component part of our mental environment. All the parts then act as an inner cause, affecting how we experience the outside environment. Again, we don't have to be able to remember why we learn to be afraid of something to feel the fear. We don't even have to consciously acknowledge to ourselves that the fear exists because we can always rationalize that it is something else or use drugs or alcohol to block our awareness of it. However, regardless of how hard we try to stop ourselves from feeling what is inside of us, the feelings are still there, otherwise our efforts to block them wouldn't be necessary in the first place. The fear will exist because the energy, somewhere in our memory of some previous experience, will cause us to feel it, regardless of whether or not we allow ourselves to have a recollection of the source. Memories, beliefs, and associations do not go away with time, substance abuse, or trying to put them somewhere in the subconscious that makes it more difficult to gain a conscious awareness. They will continue to act as a source of energy for the way in which we pick and choose information from the environment and how we express ourselves, for as long as we live, unless we learn how to manage them. Did you ever wonder why it was so difficult to break an unwanted habit or why it can be so difficult to execute some well-thought-out plan you were really committed to? It is difficult because of what is already inside of us that acts as resistance to our intent. An intent to do something is not necessarily a belief. In other words, out of everything we intend to do, some of those intentions will be supported by our beliefs, memories, and associations, and some will not. When there is support, our efforts will seem effortless, because there is no conflict between any beliefs, memories, and associations and what we intend to do. However, if our intents are not in harmony with our beliefs, memories, or associations, doing becomes a struggle, where we can't stay focused, become easily distracted, or make what most people would characterize as stupid mistakes. Take, for example, someone who smokes, decides it's a bad habit, and as a result, commits himself to quitting. Thus his intent is to express himself as a non-smoker. However, after he has smoked his last cigarette, His beliefs in being a smoker will immediately start drawing his attention to cigarettes until it builds to the point where he craves a cigarette and then has one. What we have here is a classic conflict between an intent that is not only in conflict with other beliefs, but the intent itself has no real structural support. That is, there isn't a corollary belief that says, "I am a non-smoker." The energy for his behavior not to smoke will have to come from his conscious willingness to be a different person in this area of his life. However, his willingness doesn't instantly negate all the energy in the beliefs he has built up over the years in being a smoker. These beliefs will have a great deal of energy to act on his conscious attention, noticing cigarettes in the environment, and thinking about cigarettes, and his behavior, to pick one up and smoke it. We could even have inner support, beliefs, memories, and associations, for what we intend to do and still have difficulties following through with our plans, because of other conflicting beliefs. Behavior that would fall into the "stupid mistake" category is most often the result of subconscious or forgotten beliefs that are in direct conflict with our intents. Trading is a perfect example to illustrate this. Many people devote a great deal of their time, energy, and financial resources to expressing themselves as traders. They learn a lot about trading. They are even highly regarded by their peers for what they know about the market, but still can't execute their trades properly or the way they planned. There are traders who can consistently make money day after day until they get to certain threshold levels and then promptly give all their profits back to the market in one or two trades. The way they give their money back is completely inconsistent with their trading style while they were making money. After they have lost a sufficient amount of money, they go back to the way they normally trade and start the process all over again. This kind of behavior is no accident. It happens for a reason. In each of these situations, these traders certainly had developed effective, workable strategies to be successful. They definitely had some highly structured beliefs to support their expression as a trader. However, what they haven't done is identify and discharge a whole host of other beliefs, both conscious and subconscious, that are in direct conflict with the endeavor of trading or making money as a trader. For example, there are many beliefs related to one's religious upbringing that are in direct conflict with the whole concept of speculating. And what is trading but taking money away from other traders with no services rendered? This kind of activity isn't consistent with most religious teachings. Another typical example is most people grow up with very powerful beliefs related to the work ethic. They have very rigid definitions about what constitutes work and how one earns one's money. Trading doesn't exactly fit into most of these definitions either. So, regardless of how highly developed one's trading strategies become, the act of trading will still violate the integrity of any belief that is in conflict with the act of trading or making money from trading. Eventually, the unexpressed energy accumulating in these conflicting beliefs will build to the point where the trader will find himself behaving in a manner completely inconsistent with his trading rules or intent to make money. Often, he will even be aware that he is about to make a trading error, watch himself do it, and at the same time either feel powerless to stop himself or won't stop himself until he has lost enough money to compensate for the imbalance in his mental environment. Now, when these kinds of things happen, if we don't understand what is going on, it could cause us to feel inadequate in some way, if we judge ourselves harshly. Or we could be overcome by a sense of powerlessness and fear because we seemingly have no control over these unidentified internal forces that can exert so much control over our behavior, without any awareness of the problem or effective tools for dealing with it. Most people will attempt to build mental barriers to try and block these forces from manifesting in their behavior. Obviously, they don't work, which makes the whole situation even scarier. This is where the substance abuse comes into play. For example, a person who is an alcoholic knows he is a heavy drinker. At the most fundamental level, a person drinks obsessively to separate his intellect from these inner forces he believes he has no control over. The more he blocks, the more the forces build and the more he has to drink to block. The more he drinks, the more everything deteriorates in his outer environment as a reflection of his inner environment. Eventually, the physical environment, his body, or both deteriorates so badly that he can no longer block the true state of his condition. He then acknowledges that, yes, I am an alcoholic, and I need to change, meaning that, yes, I need to address the issues in my life that caused me to start drinking in the first place. The point of all this is learning how to forget our painful memories or ignoring the existence of beliefs that don't support our intents does not in any way reduce their potential to cause us to behave in certain ways. If we want to change unwanted behavior, we have to change the internal source of that behavior. Releasing ourselves from the limitations of our fears by healing our emotional wounds, changing the polarity of a belief, or discharging it altogether is something that we have to learn how to do by learning how to manage mental energy. If people knew of some way of managing their beliefs, memories, and associations, then the kind of painful cycles of forced awareness described earlier would never get started in the first place. Thus far, I have identified 3 forces in constant operation in our lives. First are all the external environmental forces that have the potential to act as a cause, where we, as individuals, experience an effect. Some of these outside environmental forces we will have some degree of understanding of, and others we will not. Our degree of understanding and insight, along with the extent to which we can act on what we know, is directly proportional to the degree of satisfaction we will experience as we interact with the environment to fulfill our needs and achieve our goals. Implied within all the external forces, whether we understand them or not, are all the forces of change that automatically alter everything made of atoms and molecules, consequently making what we do know, in terms of usefulness, obsolete at some point in time. For example, the chair you are sitting in to read this book is deteriorating over time. At some point, it will no longer be able to support any weight, making your belief in its stability obsolete. Second are the deep inner forces of curiosity and attraction that compel us to explore, learn about, and interact with the environment in seemingly predetermined ways. For example, there are things that we are naturally interested in learning about, or learning how to do in relationship to all the other things that are available to learn about in the environment, but we have no natural interest, like someone who always wanted to be a musician, firefighter, actor, or doctor, and pursues these vocations, resulting in feelings of deep satisfaction about their lives. However, if the environment forces us into areas where there is no natural interest, we will experience an emptiness that can be very difficult to identify, only that it feels like something is missing in our lives. What each of us as individuals is naturally curious about and attracted to in the environment come from the deepest levels of our existence. They act as very powerful forces of self-expression, compelling us to create in the physical environment the object of our imagination, or to pursue in the physical environment the object of our interests, often in direct conflict with outside environmental forces as well as inner mental forces in the form of what we have been taught to believe. Third are the mental forces represented by our beliefs, memories, and associations. Even though beliefs, memories, and associations are mental forces, they are not the same as the forces of curiosity and attraction. Beliefs, memories, and associations exist exclusively as a result of the kinds of experiences we have with the physical environment. This is in contrast to the forces of curiosity and attraction that are in us before we are born, and would seem to be either predetermined in a spiritual sense or genetically encoded. Some of our beliefs, memories, and associations will act as positive resources for interacting with the physical environment effectively and with some degree of satisfaction. Others, however, will have just the opposite effect. Many of our beliefs, memories, and associations are resources for failure, pain, and dissatisfaction because they lock us into only perceiving what we already know, as well as cutting us off from our natural sense of curiosity. In other words, they specifically act as forces to prevent any further mental growth. Now, since we have to interact with the physical environment to fulfill our needs and achieve our goals, the key to doing it to assure ourselves of experiencing greater levels of satisfaction is to acquire deeper levels of insight and understanding into the nature of these forces. That is, we need to stay in a constant state of learning. The only thing that really stops us from continuing to learn about the nature of these outside forces is the mental forces in the form of beliefs, memories, and associations that build up and as a result block our natural sense of curiosity, sometimes to the point of shutting down the learning process altogether. There is some element of truth to the saying that you can't teach an old dog new tricks, except that it should really read. An old dog won't learn new tricks. It's not that it is impossible for someone regardless of their age to learn something new. The issue isn't ability. It is more a matter of resistance and refusal. That refusal comes from the sum total of everything we already believe, in essence saying, forget it, I already know everything I need to know. Of course, The consequences to such a stance toward the environment can be and often are devastating. And it invariably always takes some truly devastating event or a series of them before someone who has this kind of attitude will acknowledge that the reason for their plight is that they just refuse to allow any changes in their mental environment. Of course, this know-it-all attitude is very easy to recognize in someone else. The trick is learning how to recognize it ourselves, because it exists in all of us as a natural function of the ways in which beliefs, memories, and associations manage information. To stay in a constant state of learning, we need to learn how to adapt. To adapt, we need to learn some specific mental techniques on how to consciously apply our thoughts to upgrade, modify, replace, or change the polarity, electrical charge. These various components in our mental environment that act as limiting or inhibiting forces on our perception and behavior, preventing us from gaining greater levels of correspondence with the physical environment. By consciously adapting, we are making ourselves available to learn how to fulfill our needs and achieve our goals in increasingly more satisfying ways. Note: implied within fulfilling our needs and achieving our goals is the need to explore the object of our curiosities and attractions, which also get blocked by our beliefs, associations, and memories. To adapt, we need to choose not to resist learning and change. This requires a willingness on our part to think outside of the limitations established by our beliefs, associations, and memories, and a willingness to learn how to manage mental energy, so we can release ourselves from the negative effects of our painful memories. When we learn how to change the polarity of a painful memory, it isn't painful any longer. When the memory is discharged or drained of the negatively charged energy, it will no longer have the potential to generate fear. Fear always limits the number of choices we perceive as available from the environment by the way it causes us to focus our attention on the object of our fear. The net effect is we end up creating for ourselves exactly what we are trying to avoid. It is important for you to note that, when we change the polarity of a memory, it doesn't actually change the structure of the memory. In other words, we don't forget the experience, so we can still use it as a part of our repertoire of what we know about the nature of the physical environment. When we change the quality of energy of a memory from negative to positive, we negate the memory's potential to generate fear, thereby allowing us to perceive all the other choices for experience available from the environment in the same moment. Preferably, this willingness to change will come from somewhere other than out of desperation. The idea is to learn how to recognize what we need to know long before the conditions deteriorate to the levels of desperation. To do this requires that we incorporate into our mental system 3 very fundamental assumptions. That will help us to maintain a healthy relationship with the environment and generate the energy behind the willingness that we will need to start such a process. After which, experiencing the benefits will act as the driving force behind our willingness. The first assumption is that we haven't learned everything there is to know. And, as a result, there are always going to be unknown forces acting upon us until our understanding of everything outside of us evolves to the point where we have simultaneous awareness of everything going on in the environment. The implications here are that we need to be in a constant state of learning from the moment we are born to the moment we die, because our intellect has not yet evolved to the point of simultaneous perception of all information that is available in any given moment. Until then, we are forced to pick and choose the information we experience based on what we have learned to believe. The second assumption is that what we have learned to believe, either by force, unwillingly thrust upon us, as an expression of the outside environment, or by choice, as an expression of inner forces that operate within us like our curiosity and attractions, may not be very useful with respect to fulfilling ourselves in some satisfying manner. The third assumption is that what we have learned that is useful and works to our satisfaction is still subject to change because of the changing environmental conditions. In other words, what we may need to know to experience more satisfaction and happiness in our lives will often have to replace partially or invalidate completely what we have already learned. Refusing to change what we have already learned is virtually the same as saying that we already know everything there is to know and don't need to learn anything further. Of course, we could easily know if we didn't need to adapt because we would be in a perpetual state of satisfaction. Anything less than a feeling of satisfaction from our interaction with the environment is an indication that we need to learn something. The perfection of the moment. If you operate out of the foregoing assumptions, you will begin to recognize how every moment becomes a perfect indication of your state of development and what you need to do to improve yourself. For example, Let's look at a hypothetical trader whose goal is to make money from his trading. He perceives what he believes to be an opportunity to do so and puts on a trade. However, he is operating out of a fear of being wrong. As a result, his fear will act on his perception of information to block from his awareness any evidence that would indicate that he is wrong. Remember that fear is a natural mechanism to warn us of threatening conditions so that we can avoid them. Now, what is threatening about being wrong? In this case, as in most all cases, it is all the accumulated pain and humiliation inside of him from his past experiences. If the market, or anyone else for that matter, presents him with any information that conflicts with what he wants, his fear will cause him to distort it perceptually, or he will angrily scream at the person who offered such information, "Don't tell me that," so that he can avoid feeling the pain already inside of him from his past. In effect, his fears will create for him the very experience that he is trying to avoid because he is avoiding information that would indicate what the markets have to offer in relationship to what he wants or expects. If the market does move against him, he probably won't confront the evidence until the pain of doing so is less than the pain of not confronting it, meaning that his losses accumulate to the point where it is easier to admit he is wrong than to suffer any more losses. The results of our efforts will be reflected in the environment as the sum total of who we are in any given moment, as it was for our trader in the foregoing example. A goal is an intent that we have projected out into the environment. It is a need to be fulfilled in some future moment. The need arises out of a recognition of some lack. Recognizing the need automatically focuses our attention to scan the environment for ways, paths, to fulfill that need. The environmental information we perceive, quality and depth of insight, will be a function of the number of distinctions we can make minus any information that gets blocked by any fears we are operating out of. How we express ourselves to fulfill the need will be function of 1. Our perceptions, 2. The steps that we choose as a result of those perceptions, and 3. The skills we have developed minus any conflicting beliefs, memories, and associations, making each moment that we interact with the environment a perfect indication of what we know and how well we can act on what we know. When we refuse to acknowledge or accept the perfection of each moment in our lives, we deny ourselves access to the information that we need to expand ourselves. Any skill that we need to learn to express ourselves more effectively has a true starting point. To find that true starting point requires our acceptance of each outcome as a reflection of the sum total of who we are so that we can first identify what skill needs to be learned and how we might go about the task of learning it. Without this true starting point, we will operate from a base of illusion. Illusions result from beliefs that we know more than we do and can do more than we can. We erroneously assume the environment shares our perception of it or of ourselves, and then we actively block any information to the contrary. Illusions are the difference between accepting each moment as a perfect indication of who we are so that we can identify what we need to learn to move forward, and believing we are already perfect the way we are, in which case we need learn nothing. Certainly, if any of us were in a perfect state of knowledge and abilities, then we would never need to complain about anything or make excuses, rationalizations, or justifications for why things didn't turn out as we planned. Every should have, could have, would have, or if only, is an indication of the degree of illusion in which we are indulging ourselves. If we could have, we would have, meaning that at each moment we are doing the best we can when taking into account all the components, both conscious and subconscious, that affect what we perceive and do. Acknowledging and accepting this perfection will always give us our true starting point to indicate what we need to learn, so that we can perceive the conditions differently or what resources we need to develop to respond differently. If our hypothetical trader wants to develop into an effective and consistently successful trader, he will need to engage in some self-improvement. He will need to understand that the market is always right and that he can profit from that tightness if he doesn't impose a rigid mental structure on its behavior. He needs to release himself from his fear of being wrong so that he can observe the market's behavior from an objective perspective. Otherwise, his fear of being wrong will have the effect of making him wrong. He will also need to establish some definite trading rules to guide his own behavior and learn how to adhere to those rules. If he had been operating out of a definite set of trading rules, he would have never let the loss accumulate sufficiently that his pain would take him out of the trade. If, however, He refuses to acknowledge and accept his current state of development by blaming the market for his losses or trying to convince himself that somehow he wasn't responsible for what he ended up with. Then he would be indulging himself in illusion. He would be denying who he is and, in effect, cutting himself off from the information he needs to become who he wants to be. We have to be willing to confront the truth about ourselves so that we can confront the truth outside of ourselves. The less illusion we indulge ourselves in, the more our perceptions of the outside environment will reflect the actual conditions, because we won't be blocking so much available information. By available information, I mean information we are capable of perceiving. The less we block, the more we learn. The more we learn, the easier it is to anticipate how the outside environment will react or respond under any given set of conditions. Otherwise, we will not allow ourselves to perceive in the environment what we refuse to know about ourselves. None of us likes to acknowledge what we perceive to be our weaknesses. Yet it is exactly what we need to do to grow beyond them. Otherwise, we keep building our lives on this base of illusion that requires so much energy, alcohol, or drugs to maintain that it eventually has to crumble, leading to these very painful forced awareness. Confronting the truth in the environment or the truth about ourselves is no more painful than are the forced awareness that result from these illusions. It's just more immediate. However, when we do confront what is inside of us, it is the first step in the process of breaking a cycle of dissatisfaction to turn it into an expansive cycle of success. What better form of goal achievement could there be than to confront conditions as they exist, identify what we need to learn to operate most effectively, and then go about the task of learning it, making our adjustments along the way? All traders give themselves exactly what they deserve. Traders put on trades and then take them off when they choose. That decision-making process is the result of the sum total of all the mental components interacting with one another. If we were to inventory all these components, measure the energy they hold, and then balance the components that contribute to a positive sense of self-valuation against the components that contribute to a negative sense of self-valuation, what would be left is a net amount that we value ourselves. This net amount will correspond directly with how much money we give ourselves out of what is available in any given trade, in any day, month, or year, or by the same token how much of our money we give away. I know that this can be a very difficult concept to accept. However, other than taking into account what we haven't learned yet in terms of insights and skills, how could it be any other way? We make up all our own rules when we trade. No one forces us in or out of the markets unless a position is liquidated by a brokerage firm for lack of margin. In any given trade, there are a number of possibilities to take profits or cut losses. What we decide to do in each instance with respect to each possibility will be the result of our perceptions, and all the internal components affecting those perceptions. What we actually end up doing will be the result of what we decide and our ability to execute our decisions, which again will be determined by a number of mental factors, all of which contribute to our sense of self-valuation. Trading is an exercise in accumulating money. Once we have learned how to trade, perceive opportunity and execute our trades, who else or what else could be responsible for what we end up with? In fact, if traders were to chart their equity, it would reflect their internal conflicts and what they think of themselves on a day-to-day, month-to-month, or year-to-year basis. These charts would look very much like the typical bar or point and figure charts of the markets themselves, with support and resistance levels, consolidation zones, rallies, sell-offs, and retracements. All these patterns would reflect the trader's state of mind, just as the markets themselves reflect the collective state of mind of all its participants. Charts like these also can have the same predictive value as in the markets, if one learns what to look for. Some of the more sophisticated brokerage firms that manage large funds keep these kinds of charts on the CTAs that they employ to trade their money under management. They will switch the amount of equity available for each CTA to manage, based on each individual's chart formations. In other words, once you build up some history, it isn't too difficult to determine when someone is about to take a big hit because of the psychological forces building inside of him, just as the collective forces of the market build before a big move. As individual traders, if we want to give ourselves more and more money out of the markets, we have to learn how to value ourselves more and more, so that we believe we deserve what we want or deserve what we get. Trading can result in the fast accumulation of windfall profits. To keep those profits, we have to have inner support. Most of the time, that support doesn't exist, and that accounts for all the rags to riches to rags stories that can be told in the trading world. Of course, the first step in the process of valuing ourselves more is to accept our true starting point. That is, we have to take complete responsibility for what we end up with as being a reflection of what we need to learn about the markets, about ourselves, or both. Ultimately, everything that we do contributes to or detracts from our sense of self-valuation. That is why it can fluctuate from day to day or moment to moment. The best way that I know of to add to our sense of valuation is to commit ourselves to the process of growth. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Managing Mental Energy. What do I mean by managing mental energy, you ask? There are many ways that we already manage mental energy but probably wouldn't think of it in such a way. For example, isn't it possible to take what starts out to be a slight emotional wound, like some minor insult, and intensify the emotional energy behind that wound to the point where we could end up in a state of emotional frenzy? How do we accomplish this? By our willingness to think about whatever caused us to feel insulted. Our thoughts can add energy to or detract energy from the wound, depending on what kind of thoughts we choose to think. If we think destructive thoughts, we will be adding negatively charged energy to intensify the wound. And it goes without saying that we can carry this to whatever extreme we choose and, furthermore, stop whenever we choose or whenever we are willing to. However, stopping does become more difficult in direct proportion to the amount of energy involved. Aren't we, in effect, managing or manipulating mental energy when we purposefully make ourselves more angry than when we started out by channeling negative thoughts through an experience? By the same token, if we think positive thoughts, we will detract emotional energy from the wound. I am sure anyone reading this book has noticed that when a person wants to stay angry, he will refuse to listen to anything that might diffuse his anger. When we refuse to listen to the voice of reason, so to speak, we are making a choice not to manage mental energy. The only reason why an angry person has to shut out the voice of reason is because he knows the information has the potential to change the way he feels. He knows that if he changes his perspective, which will, in turn, change the way he feels, he will experience a different environment on the outside. If he isn't willing to change, regardless of what the benefits may be, he will refuse to use his thoughts in a way that would allow him to experience those benefits. These examples are just a few of the many ways in which we already manipulate our mental environment to suit our purposes based on our willingness to do so. Certainly, if it is possible to manage mental energy for destructive purposes, it must also be possible to manage it for constructive purposes. The key concepts here are willingness and purpose. The willingness is to consciously direct our thoughts toward a specific intent to change something on the inside that isn't useful. Thoughts are a very powerful tool to effect changes in the mental environment. We can use them to shift, rearrange, add to, detract from, or change the polarity of various mental components. Thoughts are a form of energy, probably no different from electricity or light. They can act as a cause to produce some effect in the physical environment, as when we speak our thoughts, for example, as well as act as a cause to produce an effect in the mental environment. When we use our thoughts directed inward, we are basically using one form of energy as a tool to change the consistency and makeup of another form of energy, like using our thoughts to change a belief or release the negative energy out of a painful memory. It is precisely because of the inherent power within thoughts that people are so protective of themselves with the kinds of information others people's thoughts expressed physically they will expose themselves to. Everyone instinctively knows that if we allow ourselves to think about something, the thoughts have the power to change the way things exist inside of us. And once things change on the inside, we know we will perceive and experience a different outside. If we don't want to disturb the current relationship between inner and outer, we will consciously do whatever is necessary to make sure that we don't expose ourselves to anything that might threaten that relationship or think about anything in a way that would change the relationship. Change is the result of, first, a willingness to think. Personally, I believe that if we weren't meant to keep on growing mentally, adding to who we are by transcending what we have already learned, and furthermore, if we weren't meant to direct that growth at a conscious level, then we would not have been given the ability to think, reason, and create. Implied within our ability to think, reason, and create is the inherent capability to learn our way out of the painful situations and dissatisfying life cycles in which we find ourselves. Painful life cycles begin with and are perpetuated by painful memories. So, in essence, what I am stating is that inherent within our ability to think and reason is the capability to heal our emotional wounds so that we can perceive what is available from the environment beyond our fears. Healing emotional wounds is something that we have to learn how to do by learning how to manage mental energy. Learning how to forget our painful memories by making them subconscious does not in any way reduce their significance on our perception of environmental information, or their potential to cause us to behave in certain ways. This is the gift of creativity that we were all born with. It is the capability to think beyond what our current beliefs, memories, and association would dictate as being true about the environment. The capability to reason beyond our current set of limitations, beliefs, painful memories, and erroneous associations, or use our imaginations creatively is the one compensating force that allows us to grow, improve, and evolve beyond the painful and destructive life cycles that we get caught in, both as individuals and as a culture. However, there is something here that you may need to be mindful of. A capability to do something is not necessarily an ability to do something. Before a capability becomes an ability, it has to be cultivated into a skill. For example, we can use our imaginations to visualize and then project into the environment the fulfillment of some need or goal in some future moment. But that doesn't mean we are using our imaginations creatively. We may just be using our imaginations to project what is already in our memories or what we already believe. The same is true for our thoughts. Most of the time, they will originate out of our current set of beliefs and memories, so that what we will be thinking will correspond with the status quo. To create a more satisfying future for ourselves, we need to be able to imagine this future and project it out into the environment as some future moment. There is a direct correlation between what we project and what is already inside of us, unless, of course, we are imagining something beyond what we already know. The only real limitations that exist with respect to thought are those rules that were either taught to us, or the ones we made up for ourselves. We are not in any way restricted to just thinking about what we already believe is true or what we have already experienced. We are free to roam anywhere in our thoughts to explore any number of possibilities, and choose to act on one of them, regardless of whether it is inside or outside of the current set of rules from which we operate. Even to the point of using our thoughts to change any rules that we may have that says we can't. If we weren't meant to direct our own changes by thinking about how we might learn how to lead happier and more satisfying lives, then thinking, reasoning, and creativity wouldn't exist. To experience the same kind of painful conditions over and over again, in an environment that is in constant motion, implies that we don't perceive any other choices as being available that would result in more satisfying outcomes. What we perceive is directly connected to what we already know. To perceive other choices, other than the ones our beliefs, memories, and associations lock us into, we have to know something we haven't learned yet. So, learning our way out of a situation that is perpetually dissatisfying requires that we be open to thinking beyond what we already know. The environment will always offer us an opportunity for some degree of love, harmony, happiness, and success, or some degree of despair, disappointment, anger, hate, and betrayal. What we end up with from each of these moments has to be a reflection of what is inside of us, because the environment does not interpret the information it has to offer in any given moment. That process happens exclusively in each one of us. Remember the free money example in Chapter 10? The reality of pleasure existed right along with the reality of indifference or fear. The man was there to give money to anyone who wanted. How each person interpreted the data determined what reality they experienced. Creativity is synonymous with growth and change. Doesn't the word create imply bringing into existence something that did not previously exist? If it already existed, then it would have already been created. To use our imaginations creatively, we must be willing to think outside of what we already know to be true or possible. For those of you who are not that familiar with various forms of creative thinking, you would be surprised how just the willingness to question the usefulness of something inside of us will bring forth an avalanche of inspiring alternatives. Otherwise, our memories and beliefs will cause us to think of the future in ways that directly correspond with our past, thus having the effect of locking us into the same recurring experiences. The names and places may change, but the situations and circumstances and conditions always remain the same because we aren't changing our mental framework to perceive anything different. Necessity is the mother of invention. In other words, the need to create some new machine, device, or process to save time, save money, or make money isn't any different from the need to create a new you, to experience success and a more satisfying life. The need will act as a force behind our thoughts to think beyond our current barriers so that we can expand. The barriers that act as a resisting force preventing us from expanding consist of many of our beliefs and all our painful memories. So we need a force to counteract and penetrate those barriers. That force is our thoughts and our willingness to use them in creative ways. All our lives would become a lot easier to live and potentially more satisfying if we operated out of the belief that we are in a state of imperfect knowledge, evolving toward something that we haven't become yet. Everything is evolving into something that it isn't yet. It may not seem like it at times, but each moment of each day, we change into someone who was not the person we were a moment ago. At the physical level, new cells are born and old cells die. At the mental level, each moment that passes, we experience something. Each experience adds to the inner environment in the form of a memory or belief. Each memory and belief builds a self-concept that acts as a force on how we interact with the environment. Then, as we interact with the environment, we change it in some way, creating a new environment for us to discover and experience. Everything that exists is evolving, because everything that exists is in motion, and motion creates change. Even the grandest mountain will eventually wear away into small rocks, which will themselves turn into sand and then dust. However, the main point here is that implied within this concept of evolution, where we are in a state of imperfect knowledge, is the view that mistakes don't exist. Mistakes just point the way to something that we haven't learned yet and obviously need to know. What exactly is a mistake anyway? We certainly weren't born with a concept or definition of what a mistake is. If left alone, all children will naturally keep on interacting with the environment to satisfy their own inner needs to learn and grow until they start to learn that what they are doing isn't quite up to the standards set by the people who are watching them. And all children just love to be watched. The criteria that we use for how we define a mistake is something that we had to learn from someone. In other words, our parents and teachers pass their definitions on to us. These definitions would represent the mental framework for their unresolved painful experiences and what they themselves haven't learned about as being available from the environment beyond their pain. In other words, we pass on our ignorance, as well as our wisdom, without knowing at the time the difference between the two. And what was passed on that was dysfunctional will be regarded as the truth just the same as the wisdom. When we as adults instill in our children our rigid definitions of what constitutes a mistake, thinking that what we are going to do is save them, all we are really doing is perpetuating our pain in the next generation. A mistake isn't resolved until we evolve in our understanding to the point where we can garner the insight that is available from the experience. When that point is reached, what we experienced is no longer a mistake or painful because of what we have learned. However, until that point is reached, if ever, we will feel compelled to save others from the painful lessons of our mistakes, even to the point of beating it into them, for their own good, of course. By using pain, either emotional or physical, as a means to save others from our mistakes, in effect what we are really doing is creating a cycle of fear. We ensure that our limited level of understanding and insight will be maintained in them because fear is a contracting force that stifles the learning process. In a very real way, we inflict the pain of our unresolved mistakes on our children just as our parents inflicted the pain of their unresolved mistakes on us. And it goes on generation after generation until someone decides to use their creative powers to break the cycle. To operate out of this belief in evolution so that we can naturally learn from the choices that we make, we have to first change our definitions of what constitutes a mistake. It is precisely these kinds of beliefs that act as mental blocks to perceive a more satisfying way of living. Mistakes are virtually synonymous with pain. We can find any number of ways to avoid acknowledging a mistake so we don't have to confront the pain, and in the process we cut ourselves off from what we need to know to grow, expand, and improve our lives. Even when we make a mistake where we supposedly knew better, if we really knew better, then we wouldn't have made the choices that we did that resulted in an outcome we define as a mistake. So we can assume that there is something inside of us that conflicts with our better judgment, that has more power to influence our behavior. It isn't any less possible to change our definition of what constitutes a mistake than it is to intensify the emotional energy behind an insult, as in the example. To change these definitions requires learning some techniques in mental energy management to de-energize, or draw the negatively charged energy out of them. By doing so, we will allow ourselves to learn from all our experiences instead of hiding from them, feeling pain, or punishing ourselves in some way. Without the effects of these self-defeating definitions of mistakes, it is much easier to objectively monitor our progress toward the fulfillment of some goal. If we find our behavior inconsistent with the steps to achieving our goals, it would tell us that our beliefs are not in harmony with those steps or the goal itself, or that we don't have the appropriate resources. In any case, it is much easier to identify what we need to learn to accomplish our objective. The benefits of learning how to manage mental energy. Increased sense of security and confidence. You will develop a sense of security and confidence knowing that you can confront conditions as they exist, identify what you need to learn to operate most effectively, and learn it. What better way to develop a sense of security than by learning how to develop the ability to adapt to the prevailing conditions to fulfill your needs satisfactorily? In the mental environment, the memories of our experiences don't change over time, but the physical environment where our goals are fulfilled does. It is constantly moving forward, offering us new conditions, which, in turn, offer us different possibilities and opportunities, if we are open to being able to perceive them. What better form of goal achievement than to be able to change our mental perspective, at will, to be able to perceive these new conditions and use our imaginations creatively to determine the most appropriate set of steps to fulfill our needs or achieve our goals, even if we have never actually taken those steps before. For a truly successful trader, this form of thinking is essential. The possibilities of the type of movement the markets can display are almost endless because of the diverse number of forces affecting it. All of us have this tendency to mentally lock ourselves into only a very limited number of those ways. And when the market doesn't conform to our preconceived mental image, we make up the difference with distortions and illusions and suffer the consequences later. Trading doesn't have to be painful and devoid of fun. We make it that way for ourselves because of our mental inflexibility and inability to adapt. Increased levels of satisfaction. As long as we are alive, we will have needs, and as long as we have needs, we are not whole the way we are. Our needs compel us to interact with the environment to achieve this state of wholeness. Growing into this state of wholeness requires that we keep on learning. To keep on learning, we need to adapt. Learning is a primary function of our existence. When we fulfill this function, we are rewarded with feelings of happiness, well-being, and satisfaction, all of which are byproducts of the quality of our experiences with the outer environment and a function of how much we have learned. The antithesis of learning is resistance. When we resist what is being offered by the environment in the way of lessons, learning, and change, we experience stress. Stress is the opposite of the sense of well-being, happiness, and excitement that we feel when we are learning. If we refuse to adapt, we shut down the learning process. The quality of our experiences deteriorates because our relationship with the outer environment deteriorates. The outer environment keeps on changing, while we remain unchanged, resulting in less of a correspondence between what is out there and what we know. Ultimately, we end up punishing ourselves for our resistance to adapt because what we experience is pain, disappointment, stress, anxiety, and dissatisfaction, which are all byproducts of our lack of insight, understanding, and what we won't allow ourselves to do because of fear. Increased intuition. As you gain in your confidence to change the inside to experience a different outside, you will also increase your ability to confront difficult issues that all of us would have a tendency to avoid. Instead of confronting, we learn a number of avoidance techniques like alcohol, drugs, distortions, rationalizations, or even wishing and hoping, all of which can result in painful forced awareness. We eventually have to confront these issues anyway because they rarely, if ever, just go away. The longer we wait, the worse the conditions usually get, making it increasingly more difficult to resolve. However, there is another less obvious problem with avoidance, especially with respect to wishing and hoping. A true intuitive impulse, a deeper level of knowledge and wisdom that will indicate the next most appropriate step to take, that will always be in our best interests feels very much like wishing and hoping. In other words, it is very difficult to distinguish between the two, making it very easy to mix them up, which is one of the reasons why we find it so difficult to trust our intuition. The way you can know for sure that you are getting a true intuitive impulse is to clear out of your mental environment anything that would cause you to wish and hope that something will happen instead of confronting the issue head-on to find out what needs to be done. You can wish and hope that the market will come back, or you can cut your loss and make yourself ready to take the next opportunity. To be able to cut your loss and be ready to take the next opportunity requires that you change anything in your mental environment that would cause you to avoid confrontation and consequently wish and hope. The less cause you have for wishing and hoping that something will happen, the more you will know that when you get that certain feeling, it is a true intuitive impulse, and the more confidence you will have to follow it. Intuition will always guide you in the most appropriate way to fulfill your needs. Just so there is no misunderstanding here, I am not stating that there is anything inherently wrong with wishing and hoping. There are some ways in which wishing and hoping can be very useful. As traders, however, we cannot afford the luxury of wishing and hoping because it puts us in a passive relationship with the markets. When we wish and hope, we are shifting responsibility onto the markets for making something happen instead of confronting the conditions and doing something about it ourselves. If we find ourselves wishing and hoping, it is an excellent indication that we don't know what is going on and as a result need to get out of the markets until we do. Wisdom. When we step through our fears to break some cycle of frustration and dissatisfaction, or change the polarity of a painful memory to break a cycle of pain, we gain in wisdom because we learn all sides of an issue. Wisdom is not afraid, angry, intolerant, or prejudiced because there is a deep level of understanding, confidence, and trust, all coming from having experienced the full range of possibilities from extreme negative to increasingly greater degrees of positive. If we have experienced only the negative side of a certain type of experience, we feel fear. If we have experienced only the positive, never having had a painful experience in certain area, we won't have that particular fear, but we do develop an intolerance or even a disdain for anyone who has had a negative experience. This intolerance stems from our own underlying fear of vulnerability. For instance, it is clear that the negative exists in the environment as a possibility, but since it has never happened to us, we either don't understand their fear, or don't want to confront any information that would indicate the same possibilities for a painful experience also exist for us. Anyone who has truly transcended a fear doesn't look down upon those who haven't because they don't have anything to fear. When we step through some fear to experience other possibilities, not only do we give ourselves more choices, we also gain in wisdom. Wisdom is the byproduct that results when we retain a distinction about the nature of the environment without the negative energy or fear associated with that distinction. Wisdom is ultimately the silver lining in every dark cloud. However, to gain this wisdom, we have to actively change our negatives into positives, because if we are offered a positive experience in an area where we have only experienced the negative, we wouldn't believe it. Actually, we couldn't believe it because we wouldn't have the mental framework to accept it for what it is. The environment will be as we perceive it, and the way we perceive information and events is controlled by the energy already inside of us, unless it is a first-time experience. When we don't actively work at turning our negatives into positives, we just stay angry and afraid. It's our choice. We were all given the gift of creativity and the free will to think any way in which we choose, and we can use our thoughts to change the quality of our lives, if we want to. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Techniques for Affecting Change. This chapter offers various techniques for affecting change. Also included are various exercises to implement these changes. Directing a conscious shift in belief systems. The conscious mind, that part of us that is aware of our surroundings and what we are thinking at any given moment, can generate thoughts outside of the framework of our beliefs or belief systems. In other words, we can ask questions about the validity or usefulness of any belief and purposefully direct our attention to any area where we might discover something more useful or better suited to the conditions. Any new knowledge comes from those who question the status quo and have a willingness to go beyond and a willingness to accept the next answer. I know this is probably going to sound overly simplistic to most readers, and it is also something everybody already knows, but not everybody knows it within the context of changing beliefs. The wanting to is the how. To identify or change anything in the mental environment requires that you want to, because to want something you have to think about it. And when we think about something, we are generating thought energy. This is the same energy that our beliefs, memories, and associations are composed of, and, as such, thoughts have the power to change, reorganize, add to, detract from, or change the polarity of anything in the mental environment. In essence, you can use our thoughts to create a new identity because we want to. Each choice we make on a conscious level, even just to choose to redirect our thoughts from an inappropriate belief relative to our needs now, will start to make a neurological change in the electrical circuitry of our brain. If you go as far as to make a choice that is inconsistent with a belief you wanted to charge and then act out of that belief, it will eventually lose its power and consequently lose its potential to affect our behavior. It is important for you to understand that beliefs cannot be destroyed. Once we have formed one, it will be with us for the rest of our lives. However, we can draw all the energy out of them. For example, a pile of wood set on fire will release the energy of the wood into the atmosphere as heat. The wood will be transformed into ashes. The ashes do not have the potential to produce any heat and, thus, will have little if any effect on the environment. Yet the ashes still exist. De-energized beliefs work the same way. They will always exist but no longer have any effect on our perception of information or our behavior. Many of us once believed in the tooth fairy and the boogeyman in the closet. Eventually, these beliefs just naturally collapsed as we learned more about the nature of the environment. Up to that point, however, they definitely had an effect on our perception of information and behavior. Now, we can say I remember when I used to believe that. To remember that we used to believe something means that the belief still exists. It just no longer has any power in our mental system. Each belief you identify will form a comfort zone. The boundaries of this comfort zone are set by the limitations inherent within any belief that make up the zone. All definitions set boundary tines and make distinctions. Each belief is our truth about reality. Beliefs define not only our environment, but also who we are in relation to that environment. These definitions establish the amount of tolerance for awareness that we have for what exists in both the internal and external environment. For example, do you have a belief that would allow for the possibility of the market doing anything at any given moment? If not, what do you believe can't happen? If what you believe can't happen did happen, how long would it take you to be able to recognize it, if at all? Notice the boundary lines in awareness created by the structure of the belief. There is one thing you should keep in mind as you learn to change your beliefs to be more reflective of your intents and goals. With all change, there is struggle. Volcanoes, childbirth, social revolution, wind, rain, and waves are all examples of the violent nature of the forces of change. That is why so many people find it difficult to be creative. We are attracted and compelled toward creativity, on the one hand, because it is an inherent part of our nature. However, on the other hand, we don't want to confront the conflict and ensuing struggle between the old and the new. It is essentially the same when you change a belief. There will be some conflict or some degree of uncomfortableness as you move from one set of beliefs to another. However, the uncomfortableness does pass, and just like anything else, the more you do it, the easier it gets, until it becomes a learned skill that you can use just like any other that is a part of who you are. Exercise to identify conflicting beliefs. Set a timer for 10 minutes. Write a series of statements that begin with, I am. Write as fast as you can and let every thought come to your conscious attention. It is extremely important that you do not censor any statements, especially the contradictory ones. At the end of the 10 minutes, look at the list and cross out everything that is a fact. For example, you would cross out statements such as I am a man, woman, I am blue-eyed, I am brown-haired. All the statements that remain are the beliefs you are looking for. The beliefs that contradict each other are of particular importance. Contradictory beliefs cancel your energy because you have a built-in mental conflict between the validity of one belief expressing itself only at the direct expense of another belief. What are some examples of conflicting or contradictory beliefs? I have to win. And I may be undeserving. I am a winner. And I am a loser. I am successful. And I've missed my chance to be successful. I deserve more. And I am guilty. I am a perfectionist. And I believe humans are inherently imperfect. I am trusting. And I am untrustworthy, or people are generally untrustworthy. I believe there is no middle ground of satisfaction between winning and failure. And I am pleased with myself and my progress. I am honest. And I am dishonest, or people are generally dishonest. I believe working is the honest way of making money. And I believe trading is easy money, not work. Asking yourself questions. Here are some questions you can ask yourself that will help you to identify some beliefs that may argue against your giving yourself more money. What do you believe about guilt? How do you know when to feel guilty? Under what conditions would you not feel guilty, even if someone else wanted you to? Is it possible to transfer those same standards to areas where you would feel guilty? What would stop you? Who or what out of your past says it is wrong and you can't do that? Is their assessment of reality any more valid than yours? If so, why? Do you find these beliefs useful? If so, in what ways? Do you find them limiting? If so, in what ways? If you could identify and change the experience that created the belief, how would you change it? What would stop you from changing it? For the following questions, you can substitute the words, is true, for the words, do you believe? What do you believe about competition? What do you believe about taking money from other people as a result of your superior trading skills? What do you believe about losses? What do you believe about other people's opinions? When are they valid? When aren't they valid? What do you believe about being wrong? By answering these questions, you will begin to gain a sense of your own particular behavior and the range of choices you allow for yourself, or do not allow for yourself, as a result of your beliefs. Sometimes it is easier to identify a belief by trying to notice what you specifically believe is not true. You could also look at your beliefs as if they belong to someone else. If they did belong to someone else, think of an experience in which this other person responded to certain life situations in very typical ways, because of your beliefs. Then think of ways he or she could respond if he or she had different beliefs. When you discover some beliefs that aren't particularly useful or are inconsistent with your goals, then use an affirmation or collapsing technique to discharge the energy out of it. Writing as a technique to effect change. Every movement we make alters the physical landscape in some way. The more dramatic or expressive our movements, the greater the alterations. By the same token, every thought alters the mental landscape in some way. The more expressive our thoughts, in other words, the more energy we generate in our willingness to think, the greater the potential to effect some change. The change comes from what we are willing to think. Wanting to direct your conscious thought process toward a specific intent is what affects this change. I have found writing is one of the most powerful tools available to focus my thinking and effect some change I desire. When we write, it is a physicalized version of what is going on inside of our mental environment. Your willingness to write about certain issues directs your attention and gives the rest of the parts of your mental environment instructions. What flows up or out of your consciousness is what is there. Once you find out what is there, you can then direct any changes by writing back instructions into the mental environment. This can be a very powerful technique, depending on how much power you put into it. If I were to do a schematic of the process, it would look something like this. Consciousness, 2. Mental environment. Instructions for certain information. The information flows to consciousness, maybe not right away. Consciousness physicalizes the information by writing it. This makes it real and tangible. Consciousness becomes aware of the information, self-discovery. Consciousness makes the connections between the nature of the information and the life conditions one has been experiencing. Consciousness assesses the current structure of the mental environment for its usefulness. Consciousness wants to create new conditions. Consciousness asks, what beliefs do I need as resources to be more effective or create the conditions I desire? This is the beauty and essence of the creative process, to ask yourself a question and wait for the answer to pop into your consciousness or allow yourself to be directed to the answer. Consciousness will know when it has found the most appropriate answer because it will ring true in your mind or you will feel the truth of it in your body. Consciousness then formulates these new awareness into instructions for change. Then consciousness writes these changes back into the mental environment, giving yourself instructions to accept these new awareness as truth. The act of writing forces us to focus our thoughts in a manner that is consistent with what we want to create, and those thoughts alter the mental landscape. An exercise to develop self-discipline. Self-discipline is a word used to describe a process of learning how to take conscious control of your actions. It is not a personality trait or something you are born with. It is a specific thought methodology, a mental resource, that allows you to change a belief or belief system when it is in conflict with some goal or objective. Self-discipline is a more direct method of effecting some change because you would be purposefully acting in a manner that is in direct conflict with whatever you want to change. So I would define self-discipline as willfully behaving outside of the boundaries of some belief, dealing with the emotional discomfort your actions will produce, to accomplish a certain goal or task that is inconsistent with that belief. If you work outside of that belief long enough, it will eventually de-energize. The rate at which the underlying belief will de-energize is really not a function of time but rather intensity. In other words, the greater the intensity of our willingness and resolve, the faster the conflicting belief will lose its power. For example, let's say you want to quit smoking or lose weight. These are conscious goals. Your beliefs, at least some of them, will be in conflict with these goals. The belief system supporting the smoker definition will probably have a great deal of power in your mental system. You can gauge the power of these beliefs or any beliefs by paying attention to how much discomfort and resistance you feel when you attempt to act, a conscious decision, in a way that is inconsistent with them. It is a very difficult thing to do. It's as if beliefs take on a life of their own and demand expression both in our thoughts and behavior. You can change these or any other definitions of yourself. However, you must first identify them and then determine how useful they are in helping you get what you want. You could ask yourself, is this belief a resource or obstacle to the successful fulfillment of my goal? One way you can change these definitions is to build a mental resource for the sole purpose of changing beliefs that are not useful. I am going to call this mental resource self-discipline. Here is an exercise that will help you learn specifically how to develop and use self-discipline in your life. The purpose of this exercise is to help you learn how to use your mind in different ways. You'll be training your mind to stay positively focused on what you consciously want. You will also learn how to gauge internal resistance from belief systems and how to build mental resources for taking conscious control of your life. 1. Make a list of several things you dislike doing, feel you can't do, or would like to stop doing, or some things you have never done before and think you might enjoy. You could start a jogging or exercise program or take out the garbage on a regular basis, for example. 2. Once you have your list, look it over and pick a task that has a very low priority in your life or one of the least important items. 3. Next, tell yourself in the most positive way that doing this new task you have consciously decided upon is something you now want in your life. Don't say you are going to try and do it. A commitment to try to fulfill a goal is not strong enough. 4. Set up a rigid schedule for yourself to accomplish this new goal. 5. With each attempt to adhere to your schedule, keep track of your thought process or stream of thoughts by writing them down. At this point, you might be saying to yourself, how do I keep track of my thought process? In the physical environment, we are constantly being bombarded with all sorts of information competing for our attention. We are aware of many things going on around us simultaneously. In effect, our consciousness is split in many different directions at the same moment. Use a part of your consciousness to pay attention to what is going on inside of your head. You will be using a part of yourself to monitor your stream of thoughts as if they didn't belong to you. If you can temporarily act as if you were monitoring someone else's stream of thoughts, it may be much easier to gather the information you need to make this exercise meaningful. 6. As you attempt to adhere to your schedule, do you find yourself experiencing resistance, excuses, or rationalizations? If so, notice how these thoughts divert your conscious attention away from your goal. This is a classic example of a conflict between the conscious goal you have set for yourself and your belief system that doesn't have a belief or definition that corresponds with what you consciously want to do. 7. At this point, you need to redirect your attention to the task you have chosen for yourself. What is most important is that you understand the necessity of directing as much energy toward the fulfillment of your goal as possible. You will have to generate more power toward keeping your attention focused on your goal than the amount of energy being directed through the beliefs that distract your attention away from your goal. However, there is one aspect to this exercise I must caution you about. Redirecting your attention away from what distracts you to what you consciously want does not mean that you suppress or deny what may be distracting you. Acceptance and acknowledgement of what exists within you will allow you to work with it. Suppression and denial require a lot of energy. This has the effect of supporting the beliefs you are trying to suppress. Be gentle with yourself. Each time you set out to accomplish your task and do so, you create a resource that helps you do it again. Each success will draw some energy away from the beliefs that acted as obstacles. With each success, you will also be allocating energy to the new definition of yourself. This new definition allows you to start the task each time with greater and greater ease until the definition becomes a fundamental part of your mental system. When that happens, your actions concerning this task will seem automatic. The most important aspect of this exercise is the experience you gain in understanding the process of changing beliefs. Each time you set out to change a belief or set of beliefs, you'll gain a resource that enables you to do it again. Each success you experience will help develop another set of beliefs that allow you to change more beliefs if and when it suits your purposes. You will establish a new definition of yourself that says, I believe I can identify and change any belief about myself that may be in conflict with my conscious goals. For this exercise to be effective, you must keep a few rules in mind. First, start the exercise with a task or goal that is truly insignificant and has little meaning in your life. The objective of the exercise is learning how to manipulate your inner environment consciously and direct your conscious focus of attention. The goal you decide upon as the object of the exercise should not have a lot of value attached to the outcome. If it does, that would be an indication you may be taking on some very powerful and entrenched belief systems. This is something you definitely want to avoid until you have developed the necessary skills and resources. Then, recognize that from the moment we are born, we are taught how to manipulate the outer physical environment. However, you may not have the resources to be even minimally effective at manipulating the mental environment. As a result, it is extremely important that you do not judge your ability to execute the schedule you set up according to the standards of performance you expect of yourself in the physical environment. If you expect too much and judge your ability harshly, it will only negate your efforts and set up a fear and inadequacy cycle. The less you expect of yourself, the faster you will progress. An expectation can easily become a demand that it be fulfilled. Demands usually generate a certain amount of fear that the demands will not be met. When you are working in the inner environment, fear will always negate your positive efforts unless your intent is to identify the source of your fear. Finally, not having any expectations from your efforts to carry out your plan will also have the secondary benefit of helping you to learn to accept whatever you accomplish as being all right. Any step, no matter how small, is a step. Just deciding you want to do this exercise is significant, even if you don't follow through with it right away. You may come back to it someday when you have more of a sense of the power you will acquire from the ability to manipulate your inner environment consciously to be consistent with your goals. So, to keep yourself from having any expectation about how well you should do at this or any other exercise I offer you, I suggest you consider yourself an infant in a brand new environment. You will have to learn how to stand up before you can begin to walk or run. Self-hypnosis. Self-hypnosis is a relaxation technique that allows one to bypass the reasoning process of the conscious mind to make it easier to accept some message. So it is an excellent technique for establishing new beliefs or collapsing old beliefs. For those of you who are interested, I have a self-hypnosis tape specifically designed to make it easier to learn how to cut your losses, reverse yourself, trust your intuition, and value yourself more. For more information, you can contact me at Trading Behavior Dynamics, Inc. in Chicago or through the publisher. Positive affirmations. When you are in a trade and start to experience anxiety about what is happening in the market, you will likely take those anxious thoughts and start running them through a negative loop, like thinking about money instead of the structure of the market or what the market is doing to you. Eventually, you will run enough thought energy through your consciousness that it will cause you to act in a way that is not in your best interests. A positive affirmation will work the same way. Formulate a positive affirmation of some trait or characteristic of the way in which you want to be. For example, you may want to become a more patient person and wait for the market to give the signals to act. With an affirmation like, "I am becoming a more patient person every day," you will eventually become that person. In other words, we will behave in a manner that is consistent with the affirmation, if we run enough thought energy through that affirmation. Eventually, the affirmation becomes a belief with enough energy to affect our behavior. The following are affirmations that, once turned into beliefs, will be very effective resources in helping you to work in your inner environment. 1. All beliefs are about reality and are not necessarily predominant characteristics of reality. I will examine and question my beliefs in relationship to their usefulness in achieving my goals. 2. I believe in the power of my conscious mind to make available to me all the information I need to know. 3. I have the power to change any belief in a way that would make it more useful in achieving my goals of happiness, harmony, financial wealth, and being more productive. 4. I believe I am free to change the way I feel about any past experience. 5. I believe I have the ability to examine the contents of my mind. 6. I trust that all my beliefs about the way I trade will become known to me. 7. I place no particular importance on these beliefs about trading other than the fact that they exist. 8. I have chosen these beliefs at certain points in my life and accepted them as true at the time. As I examine them, I realize that they may not be particularly useful or true for me now. I accept this and I feel free to change all those beliefs that are inconsistent with my current goals. 9. My first and immediate goal is to identify all my beliefs that may be in conflict with my long-term objectives of blank. 10. I trust myself to become consciously aware of these beliefs in many different ways. Once I become aware of these beliefs, I can just as easily let them go to make space for new beliefs that are more consistent with my current goals. 11. I believe that changing and expanding my awareness and comfort zones are a necessary aspect of my growth and survival, and I welcome these opportunities to identify old beliefs and consequently grow and expand. 12. I feel an intense desire to succeed and achieve my goal of blank. Consequently, I have an intense desire to clear my inner path of any resistance or obstructions that stand in the way of the fulfillment of my goal. End of Chapter 14. Part 4. How to become a disciplined trader. Chapter 15. The psychology of price movement. My objective for this chapter is to break down and analyze the dynamics and psychology of price movement, first, at its most fundamental level, that of the individual trader. Then I will broaden the explanation by examining the behavior of traders collectively as a group. I want to demonstrate that, if you understand the psychological forces inherent within traders' actions, you can easily determine what they believe about the future by just observing what they do. Once you know what traders believe about the future, it's not that difficult to anticipate what they are likely to do next, under certain circumstances and conditions. What is really important about this insight is that it will help you to understand the distinctions between wishful thinking and the actual potential that exists for the market to move in any given direction. You will be learning to let the market tell you what to do by understanding the forces behind its behavior and then learning to differentiate between pure, uncontaminated market information and how that information is distorted once it starts doing something to you. The most fundamental component of the markets is traders. Keep in mind that traders are the only force that can act on prices to make them move. Everything else is secondary. What makes a market? Two traders willing to trade, one wanting to buy and one wanting to sell, who agree on a price and then make a trade. What does the last posted price represent? The last posted price is what someone was willing to pay and what someone was willing to sell for at the moment the two traders agreed on the trade. It reflects an agreement in present value between those traders acting at that price. What is the bid? A trader announcing the price at which he is willing to buy. What is the offer? A trader announcing the price at which he is willing to sell. How do traders make money? There are only two ways to play this game to make money. To buy at a price you believe is low relative to where you can sell it back at some future point in time. Or to sell at a price you believe is high relative to where you can buy it back at some future point in time. Now, Let's take a look inside the pit to see what has to happen for prices to move off equilibrium and how this will tell us what traders believe. 98 to 18 the offer, sellers attempting to sell high. 98 to 17 equilibrium, the last price. 98 to 16 the bid, buyers attempting to buy low. Since the only object to trading is to make money, we can assume that a trader will not knowingly enter into a trade believing he is going to lose. And for a trade to exist requires two traders who agree on a price. However, from the moment two traders agree to the trade, they are both subjecting themselves to market risk. In other words, the next tick is going to make one of them a winner and the other a loser. Since we know that both traders want to win and neither trader wants to lose, we can assume that both traders have completely opposite beliefs about the future value of the contract. So for two traders to agree on a price and make a trade, they have to have diametrically opposing beliefs about the future. The buyer believes he is buying low relative to where he can sell back at some point in the future, and the seller believes he is selling high relative to where he can buy back at some point in the future. If the next tick is going to make one of them a winner and one a loser, we can assume that neither one of them believes he is going to be that loser. If the seller believed the next tick was going to be up, why wouldn't he have waited to sell it higher? The same is true for the buyer. That is the object of the game and the only way to make money. Basically what we have is a situation where two opposing forces are clashing. Both believe they are right about the future, and only one side can profit at the direct expense of the other. If the last price of a bond future was 99 to 14, what has to happen for the price to move to 99 to 15? Very simply, some trader has to be willing to bid and pay higher than the last price. This means that relative to the last posted price, he has to be willing to do the opposite of buying low. Any trader or group of traders willing to buy high or sell low relative to the last posted price is very significant for several reasons. First, a trader willing to buy high or sell low instead of buy low or sell high has to have a stronger conviction in his belief in the future value, even if his conviction is out of panic. Second, he is making the last price a bottom. Third, he is aggressively taking the initiative and is making losers out of everyone who sold at the last price and deepened the losses of those who sold lower. Fourth, he is creating price movement that can possibly gather momentum if other traders perceive the new price as low relative to the future. This will also be true for the trader who is paying up to liquidate a position. On the other hand, the seller on the other side of his trade is being lured into the market by the attractiveness of the high price at which he can sell. He believes he is getting the edge. He is in fact selling high, but he is not creating movement or much of possibility for momentum in his direction. He is picking a top and waiting for something to happen, hoping it won't go any higher. Now, what do the actions of the two traders represent about the market in its collective form? First, this trade tells us that nobody had a strong enough belief in the future value to risk selling it to him at the last price or lower. Second, nobody was aggressive enough to want to enter the market short or liquidate an existing long position by offering to sell it at the last price or lower. A consummated trade at the next higher level creates a new equilibrium. This new equilibrium makes winners out of all the buyers at the last level and losers of all the sellers at the last level. All of the losers at the last price level or lower would have to maintain a belief in the future value to stay in their position, or demonstrate a conviction in this future value by adding on to their positions. This is because each new level the price is bid up makes it that much more attractive to them. If they believed it was high at lower levels, at each higher level, it's even a better trade. However, at the same time, each move the market makes against their position invalidates the seller's expectation of future value. Each move clearly demonstrates that the sellers are passive, that the buyers are the aggressors, and that the buyers have a greater potential to move the market in their direction. The fact that buyers are aggressively bidding up the price and paying more and more again tells the observer something. It tells him there aren't enough sellers to meet the buyer's demand for a trade at each new price level. If there is a limited supply of sellers, those traders wanting to buy will have to compete among one another for the limited number of sellers available willing to take the other side of the trade. Just observing this price action tells you that at the present moment, the momentum is in favor of the buyers. Prices would not be bid up unless there were fewer sellers in relation to the buyers. If traders continue to pay more and more, the price gets further away from old sellers. Eventually, their belief in future value will erode, and one by one the sellers will join the existing pool of buyers competing against one another for the fewer and fewer traders willing to sell. As long as the ratio between buyers and sellers remains as I have just described, there is very little potential for downward price momentum to be established. Now, what will start to tip the balance to cause the market to fall back? For one thing, old buyers will eventually take profits. When they do, they will be joining the existing pool of sellers, thereby increasing the number of traders available to sell. If a move gathers enough steam, it can become similar to a frenzied shark feeding. Eventually, prices will be driven way out of line with some economic factors other traders perceive as relevant, compelling them to enter the market in the opposite direction. If these new traders enter with enough force, it will likely cause old buyers to panic, adding to the downward momentum. Maybe you can visualize this back and forth action. When there are more sellers than there are buyers to take the other side of the trade, the balance will be tipped. Sellers will then aggressively offer to sell lower than the last price, responding to what they perceive as a limited number of buyers to take the other side of the trade. All price movement is a function of group behavior. The market prices flow back and forth like a tug of war between those who believe and expect the market to go up, and consequently buy, and those that believe the market will go lower, and consequently sell. If there is no balance between the two forces, one side will gain dominance over the other. As prices move farther and farther away from the weak group, the emotional pain of admitting they are wrong will be in direct conflict with their need to avoid losses. Eventually, one by one, they will lose faith in their position and liquidate their trade, adding to the momentum of the dominant force. The prevailing force will continue to dominate until there is a general perception that prices have gone too far and are out of line with other related factors. The members of the dominant force will have to switch sides to liquidate their positions, creating momentum in the opposite direction. As individuals, if we do not have the strength actually to move prices in the direction we would most benefit from, then the next best thing is to learn to identify and align ourselves with the side that has established dominance until the balance shifts, and again align ourselves with the side establishing the strength. As prices move back and forth in this tug of war, it creates an ebb and flow that is easily identifiable in price charts or point and figure charts. These charts will show us in graphic terms how the forces interact and counteract. They are a visual representation of traders' beliefs in the future and the intensity in which they have been willing to act on those beliefs. If, for example, a market has been making consistently higher highs and higher lows, to determine what is likely to happen next, ask yourself the following questions. 1. What kind of price action will sustain the buyer's beliefs that they can make more money? 2. When are sellers likely to come into the market in force? 3. Where are old buyers likely to take profits? Where are old sellers likely to lose faith in their positions and bail out? 4. What would have to happen for buyers to lose faith? What would have to happen to draw new buyers into the market? You can answer all these questions by identifying certain significant reference points where buyers and/or sellers' expectations are likely to be raised and where they are likely to be disappointed if they don't get their way. Actually, all this works quite nicely in the typical market behavior patterns and price formations with which we are all familiar. So, we are going to look at the psychological makeup of some of these typical patterns. However, before we do, I want to cover a few more definitions. Market behavior. The market's behavior can be defined as the collective action of individuals acting in their own self-interest to profit from future price movement while simultaneously creating that movement as an expression of their beliefs about the future. Behavior patterns result from the collective actions of individual traders doing one of three things: initiating positions, holding positions, and liquidating positions. What will cause a trader to enter the market? A belief that he can make money and that the current state of the market offers an opportunity to enter into a trade at a price level that is higher or lower than the price at which it can be liquidated. What will cause a trader to hold a position? A sustained belief that there is still potential for profit in the trade. What will cause a trader to liquidate a trade? A belief that the market no longer provides an opportunity to make money. This would mean in a winning trade that the market no longer has the potential to move in a direction that will allow the trader to accumulate additional profits, or that the risk of staying in the trade is too great in relation to the potential for additional profit. In a losing trade, The trader believes that the market no longer has the potential to move in a direction that will allow him to recover his losses, or the trade was a calculated risk in which a predetermined loss level was set in advance. If you look at any price chart, you notice that over a period of time, prices will form patterns in a very symmetrical fashion. These kinds of symmetrical-looking price patterns are not an accident. They are a visual representation of the struggle between two opposing forces, traders squaring off, so to speak, taking sides and then having to switch sides to liquidate their trades. Significant reference points. Now, what you would be looking for in these charts are significant market reference points. These are defined as anything that causes traders' expectations to be raised about the possibility of something happening. They are points where large numbers of traders have taken opposing positions. Based on those expectations, they will continue to hold a position in the belief that the expectation will be fulfilled, and most important, they will likely liquidate a position as a result of the expectation being unfulfilled. Significant reference points are places where the opposing forces, traders with opposite beliefs about the future, have taken a stand, where they have, in their minds, prescribed for the market very limited ways for it to behave, in either situation. The more significant the reference point, the greater the effect traders will have on prices, as the balance of power will shift dramatically between the two opposing forces at these points. These expectations about what the market will do, projected into price levels, are especially significant because both sides, buyers and sellers, they have decided in advance their degree of importance, where one trader is taking one position, betting the market can't or won't do something, and the trader taking the opposite side of the trade is betting that it will. So, reference points are price levels where many traders on one side of the market are very likely to give up their beliefs about the future, whereas the other side will have their beliefs about the future reinforced. It is where each side expects the market to confirm what they believe to be true. You could say it is a place where the traders' expectations about the future and the future actually meet. This means for one side, in their minds, that the market will make them winners. Their beliefs will be validated. All the traders on the other side, however, will be made losers. They will feel the market took something away from them and will naturally be disappointed. I want to point out here that the objective observer doesn't care one way or the other. She would just be looking for signs and opportunities. The greater the expectation traders have about something happening, the less tolerance they have for disappointment. On a collective basis, if you have a whole group of traders who expect something to happen and it doesn't, they will have to trade from the opposite direction of their original trade to get out of their position. On the other hand, the winners had their beliefs validated, consequently leaving fewer and fewer traders available to let the losers out of their trades. The losers will have to compete among one another for the limited supply of traders willing to take the other side of the trade, the side they originally believed would be successful. For example, if buyers are the losers, they will need other traders to buy from them to get out of their positions. All this activity will result in a great deal of movement in one direction. Balance areas. J. Peter Steidlmayer and Kevin Coy in their book Markets and Market Logic, Chicago, Porcupine Press, 1987, refer to a value area, where they discovered that the majority of trading activity on any given day takes place in a normal bell curve distribution pattern. This is very easy to see day after day when you organize trading activity so that you can see how price corresponds with time. I don't want to get into a lengthy discussion of their methods of organizing market data, which I recommend you learn, other than to distinguish between what they call a value area and what I call a balance area. Steidlmayer and Coy say that most of the trading volume takes place within a specific price range because that range is what the market has established as a fair price representing the value of whatever is being traded. The distinction I want to make is that the majority of traders don't specifically relate to a fair price or value. They relate to comfort. What gives them comfort is doing what everyone else is doing. In a balance area, traders are basically absorbing each other's orders or energy, their beliefs about the future expressed in the form of energy. When I say that traders relate to comfort, I mean some degree less of the fear they normally feel. Most of the trades take place in a value or balance area because it is where most of the traders feel the least fear, somewhere in the middle of the trading range between an established high or low. This is precisely why there are fewer trades outside the value or balance area and why, as Steidlmayer and Coy say, these trades represent the best opportunities to make money, to buy or sell away from value. And that is why these are the scariest trades to make, because the trader who can make them is all alone. There is no safety in numbers. There are traders who relate to value by making comparisons between various interrelated contracts and the cash markets. There are the professional, commercial, or institutional arbitrage traders who will put on or take off positions based on sophisticated mathematical formulas that determine the present value of something as it relates to something else. Otherwise, the majority of traders don't have the slightest concept of value. The more time the market spends at a certain price or in a price range, the more balance, agreement, or comfort there is in the market. Traders are absorbing each other's orders, and nobody is willing to bid the price higher or offer the price lower. Eventually, someone will enter the market who doesn't agree with everyone else and believes there is a possibility for the prices to move much higher or lower. This person or group of traders will basically upset the balance with their buying or selling activity. If their activity is forceful enough, it will set off a series of chain reactions as it causes other traders, who are either holding positions or watching the market for opportunities, to confront these new conditions. If the balance is tipped in favor of the buyers, for example, it may attract new buyers into the market, creating more buying force and, hence, more disequilibrium. This may cause the traders who are holding short positions to liquidate. To do that, they will need to be buyers, leaving fewer and fewer sellers willing to take the other side of the trades the buyers want to get into and the old sellers want to get out of. These traders will compete among one another for the dwindling supply of sellers, bidding the price higher and higher to make it more attractive for someone to sell. While these traders are in their own little bidding war, they usually lose sight of the fact that the rest of the world is watching what is going on. There could be a trader who is looking to put on a massive hedge to protect the value of an investment portfolio or crop. He is observing this price action from a completely different perspective than the traders on the floor. The floor traders are just concerned with getting their share and not missing out on the opportunity these rapidly rising or falling prices represent. The hedger, on the other hand, is looking at the price rise as an unexpected gift. The rally could have provided much higher prices than he anticipated for locking in the value of something he already owns. So the commercial trader decides to put on a hedge. And you can assume if one commercial thinks the price is good, others will too. Anyway, if the hedger has an order he perceives to be big enough to stop the rally, he will give instructions to the floor brokers handling his order to do scale and selling, the purpose being to get as much of the order sold as possible without ruining the rally. However, it won't take long for the other floor traders to figure out what is going on. They are very aware of which floor brokers fill orders for big commercial and institutional customers. Once they find out someone big is in the market selling into the rally, few if any of the floor traders will go against them by continuing to buy. No one wants to get caught at the top. So as each group of traders finds out who is selling, they will all try to reverse their positions by selling, and the cycle starts all over again. Watching this happen from the outside of the pit, it would seem that the reversal is instantaneous, but it isn't. It occurs in waves, as the information about who is selling spreads from the source outward, very much like the waves that result from throwing a stone in a pond. This leads me to the observation that few traders have any concept of value. They know that price movement creates an opportunity to make money, and it can just as easily take the money away if they don't know what they are doing. If the price trades within a certain range for a period of time, traders will become comfortable with that balance area, making it easier for the trader to trade. As prices move out of the balance area, fewer traders will participate because of what they perceive as more risk than they are comfortable with. Highs and lows. Probably the most prominent of these significant reference points are previous highs and lows. If prices are moving steadily higher, buyers will begin to anticipate whether or not prices can penetrate the last high, and sellers will be looking for another top. In the mind of the seller, that last top, or other tops in the distant past, was a place where the market met enough resistance to stop the rally. In other words, enough traders thought the price was expensive the last time it was there, and they will begin to anticipate whether the same will happen again. Both buyers and sellers will have raised expectations about the likelihood of the market doing one of two possible things: making new highs or failing to make new highs. As the market approaches this high, if some of them are willing to bid the price past it to some significant level, it could make believers out of other traders who were on the sidelines. If these new traders come into the market as buyers, it will add to the upward momentum, possibly causing old sellers to bail out of their positions. This will also add to the upward momentum of price movement. Support and resistance. In a falling market, support is a price level where buyers entered the market or old sellers liquidated their shorts with enough force to keep prices from going any lower. In a rising market, resistance is a price level where sellers entered the market or old buyers liquidated their longs with enough force to keep prices from going any higher. Support and resistance levels are significant reference points because many traders recognize support and resistance on charts and believe in their significance. That statement may seem redundant to some people, but it really illustrates a very important point about the nature of the markets: traders acting on their belief in future value. All beliefs eventually become self-fulfilling prophecies. If enough traders believe in the significance of support and resistance, and demonstrate their belief by making trades at those levels, they are in effect fulfilling their own beliefs about the future. As observers, if we know that each side, in the perpetual tug-of-war between buyers and sellers, expects one thing to happen, then we will know who will be the winner, who will be the loser, what they will likely do in each case, and how it will affect the balance between the two forces. For example, if buyers are bidding up a market, causing prices to rise, and all of a sudden many traders are willing to sell for less than the last price, or one trader comes into the market with a big order to sell, causing an immediate price reversal, the price level at which the market stopped is resistance. Now, it really doesn't matter why the balance of forces shifted from buyers to sellers. Everybody will have his own reasons for what caused prices to reverse. All of them will usually be way beyond the simplest and most obvious reason: that enough traders were displaying a strong enough conviction in their belief in future value to stop the upward price momentum and create downward price momentum. What is really important about this, however, is that many traders will remember the market reversed at that price level. As a result, that price will then have a degree of significance in the minds of those traders who experienced the reversal. This first reversal is a top. What we don't know is whether it will remain a top, how long it will take before it is challenged again, or whether it will ever be challenged again. If the buyers are dominant enough to bid the market back up to the previous high, they will consider this second attempt a test and begin to anticipate whether or not prices can exceed the previous high. The only way that can happen is if these higher prices actually attract additional traders into the market on the buy side because they believe it is an opportunity to buy low relative to the future. Floor traders are especially aware of whether or not new traders are being attracted into the market from off the floor and act on this information. For the sake of this example, if the market reversed very strongly the last time prices approached this level, there will be many traders who will think it will probably reverse again. As a result, they may act on their belief about the low probability of prices trading beyond the last high and thereby prevent it from happening. If more traders are willing to act on the belief that it won't in relation to those who act on the belief that it will, then prices will stop again. Technically, once the market tests a previous high or low and fails to penetrate, you then have a defined support and resistance area. Support and resistance are most easily identified in point and figure charts because they graphically represent price movement in reversals. Once support and resistance are established and identified, it can be very easy to trade by putting your orders on either side of the support or resistance line. For example, if over the last 2 weeks, every time the bonds rallied to 95 to 25, then fell back significantly to some support level, like 94 to 10, what I have just described is a support and resistance zone, commonly referred to as a trading range. The significance of either end of the zone would be determined by how many times prices rallied to 95 to 25 and failed to penetrate, and how many times prices fell to 94 to 10 and failed to penetrate. Obviously, the more attempts and failures, the more weight these points will have in the minds of the traders who experience these tests and subsequent failures. For an objective observer with no bias toward any particular direction, trading ranges can be very easy ways to make money. As the market approaches 95 to 25, put in an order to sell somewhere around 95 to 21. Since we know the markets are not precise, you don't want to put your order exactly at the upper end of the range, because each time the market makes an attempt to penetrate, there will be many traders who will be anticipating a failure. As a result, they will start selling early and the price may never get to 95 to 25 for you to get filled, if you had placed your order there. Also, put an order in the market to stop and reverse, buy to, possibly around 95 to 31. Each circumstance will be different. In this example, the 6 ticks that I have given the market to define itself may not be enough. The object would be to put your orders in a place where the highest probability is that it will continue in the direction of your trade. If the market trades to 95 to 31, it still may not be enough for old sellers to become disappointed and bail out of their positions en masse, causing prices to rise even further. This trade will work if the resistance level has a high degree of significance in the minds of enough traders for them to act and sell against it in relation to those who are willing buy. Each time the market approaches this area, traders will expect either one of 2 possible things to happen. The market will penetrate, or it will fail again. In any case, the price move that results will be significant because one side of the market will be disappointed. And if we know what will validate and disappoint each group, then we can determine how they will likely behave and thereby affect the balance of the market. Since the market can display billions of combinations of behaviors from one point to the next, significant reference points like support and resistance narrow those behaviors down to 2 likely possibilities. By putting your order on both sides, you can take advantage of the situation, regardless of what happens. Support becomes resistance, and resistance becomes support. Many traders have read or heard that old support becomes resistance and old resistance becomes support. This bit of market insight is valid for some very sound psychological reasons. If resistance has been established at 95 to 25, it is because there were enough traders who sold at that price to make it resistance. In fact, it would probably be the same group of traders who sold at 95 to 25 each time the market approached that price. So, every time the market rallied up to 95 to 25 and sold off, it made winners out of all those traders who chose to sell at or near that price. As a result, 95 to 25 will take on a great deal of significance in the minds of the traders who were successful. Each subsequent time they are successful will only strengthen their belief and faith in that price level. Now, the prices rally up to 95 to 25 again, maybe for the 4th or 5th time, and like the last time, you will have a group of traders who believe in that resistance level and will sell against it. Only this time the buyers are very strong on the way up and continue to buy right on through the resistance level. All the traders who choose to sell at 95 to 25 are now faced with having to deal with a losing trade. Some will get out with a small loss, others will hang on hoping the market will come back. In any case, the market invalidated their beliefs about the future, and they are suffering considerably. They had faith in 95 to 25, and in their minds the market betrayed them. If the market happens to come back to 95 to 25 after rallying for several days, how do you think the group of traders who sold at 95 to 25 the last time, the ones who believe they were betrayed, are going to behave? First, the traders who are hanging on in hopes of the market coming back will bail out as soon as they are close to being made whole. They are so grateful for getting their money back, there is no way they will stay in that trade regardless of what the possibilities are for additional profits. They will have to be buyers to liquidate their shorts and will be all too happy to end their suffering. The traders who originally cut their losses when the market blew through 95 to 25 won't consider selling at that price again because of the emotional pain of being wrong the last time they sold at that price. I am not saying they will in turn be buyers at that level, but they are very likely not to sell. The overall effect this will have on the balance of the market is to take away from the existing pool of available sellers at 95 to 25, old resistance, thereby causing the balance to be tipped in favor of the buyers. Hence, old resistance becomes support, and old support becomes resistance for the same reasons. Trends and trend lines. Trends, a series of higher highs and higher lows, or lower highs and lower lows over a period of time, work because there aren't enough sellers to absorb the number of buyers competing with each other to get into the market during that period of time. Adding to this buying force will be old sellers at lower levels who finally lose faith and bail out of their positions. They will do this in significant numbers when the prices penetrate what they believe to be significant reference points. Keep in mind that trends are a function of time. The next tick up could be defined as a one-tick trend. How long will the imbalance between buyers and sellers last? In an upward trending market, prices will retrace because buyers are taking profits. This will create some counteracting pressure, But if the trend continues after a normal retracement, it just tells you there still aren't enough sellers around to absorb all the buyers, with enough left over to create downward momentum. You will know when that has happened when the trending market breaks its normal ebb and flow pattern. That is why markets that break trend lines have a tendency to keep on going in the direction of the break, because it signals a significant shift in the balance of forces. After a certain period of time, you can notice how trending markets will develop a certain rhythm and flow, making the price movement look very symmetrical on a bar chart. You really don't have to know why this is so, you just have to notice that it exists. When this flow is broken, the market trading above or below a significant trend line, it is a good indication the balance of the market forces has shifted. Then ask yourself, what is the likelihood the shift will gain hold and continue trending in the direction of the break? You don't even have to know the answer to that question. Put in an order at a spot that would confirm the highest probability of a change in the balance. Then wait for the market to define itself. If your order is filled, put a stop where the market shouldn't be to confirm that your trade is still valid. What is a valid trade, you ask? One where the highest probabilities for price movement are in the direction of the prevailing force. High. Retrace. Rally. To a lower high. I will give you an example. No matter how simple a trade this is, it has very sound psychological reasons for working. In this example, the market made new highs and sold off. The sell-off could be the result of new sellers cornering into the market in force, or old buyers selling to take their profits, or a combination of both. Prices will continue to drop until enough traders believe the price is cheap and are willing to take the initiative and bid the price back up. As the price approaches the last previous high, buyers will begin to anticipate whether or not prices can penetrate, and sellers will be looking for another top. In either case, expectations by both will be raised. If some buyers are willing to bid the price past the previous highs to some significant level, it will make believers out of others who were on the sidelines. If they do come in, it will add to the momentum. Some old sellers will admit to being wrong and will have to buy to get out of their trades, thus adding to the upward momentum. However, what if the market approaches the highs the second time, and sellers come back into the market again with enough force to keep the price from exceeding or equaling the previous high? Buyers will start to become disappointed. Where will they really be disappointed? If enough buyers don't come into the market to support the price at the previous low. If prices penetrate that low, watch for buyers to bail out en masse. For them to get out of their position, who is going to buy it from them? If everybody is trying to sell and no one is available to buy, what are prices going to do? Fall like a rock. The reason why a bull market is ready to turn into a bear market when the general public gets involved is because the general public has the least tolerance for risk and consequently needs the most reassurance and confirmation that what they are doing is a sure thing. As a result, they will be the last to be convinced that the rising market represents an opportunity. If a bull market has lasted for any length of time, the general public will feel compelled to jump on the bandwagon, so to speak, because of their perception that everyone else is doing it and making money. They will pick up on any reason that sounds the most rational to justify their participation, when in reality, they will know very little about what they are doing, but since everyone else is doing it, how can they go wrong? A continuing bull market requires the continual infusion of new traders who are willing to pay higher and higher prices. The longer a bull market lasts, the greater the number of people who are already participating as buyers, leaving fewer and fewer traders who haven't already bought and fewer traders who are willing to bid the price up. These older buyers obviously want to see the market keep on going up, but they also don't want to get caught holding the bag if the market stops going up. As their profits accumulate from the higher prices, they start to get nervous about taking their profits. By the time the general public starts buying en masse, the professional traders knows the end is near. How does the professional know this? Because the professional knows that there is a practical limit to the number of people who will participate to bid the price up. There will come a point where everyone who is likely to be a buyer will have already bought, quite literally leaving no one else to buy. The professional trader would like the market to continue to go up indefinitely just like all the other buyers. However, he also understands the impracticality of that happening, so he starts taking his profits while there are still some buyers available to sell to. When the last buyer has bought, the market has no place to go but down. The public gets stuck because they weren't willing to take the risk when there was still potential for the market to move. For the market to sustain itself, it needs to attract more and more people. As big as this country is, or the world for that matter, there are only so many people who will buy. Eventually, the supply of buyers runs out, and when it does, the market falls like a rock. The professionals have been selling out their positions before this happens, but once the supply of buyers runs out, the professionals start to compete among one another for the available supply of buyers, which is dwindling fast, so they offer lower and lower prices to attract someone into the market so they can get out. At some point, instead of the lower prices being attractive to people, it panics them. The public didn't anticipate losing. Their expectations are very high with very little toleration for disappointment. The only reason they got in was because it was a sure thing. When the public starts to sell, it starts a stampede. Again, people will ascribe their actions to some rational reason because nobody wants to be thought of as irrational and panic-stricken. The real reason why people panicked and the prices fell is simply because prices didn't keep on going up. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16. The Steps to Success. Self-discipline is simply a mental technique to stay focused on what you need to learn, or do, to accomplish your goals. There will be times when you won't have the resources to function effectively relative to the external conditions. Other times, the resources you do have will be in conflict with both the conditions and your goals. So to accomplish your goals, you will need to adapt. In other words, you will need to change the way you interact with the environment. To change your behavior and how you experience the environment, feelings and emotions, you will have to change your perspective. To change your perspective, you will have to change the mental components that affect your perception of environmental information. Keep in mind that you can't physically control what the markets do. You can only learn to control your perception of the markets to share the highest degree of reality, the least amount of distortion, with everyone else who is participating or has the potential to participate. The more sophisticated you become as a trader, the more you will realize that trading is completely mental. It isn't you against the markets, it's just you. All the other traders participating to make the market provide you with an opportunity to make money from their divergent beliefs about the future. If people didn't disagree about the future value of any particular commodity or stock, then there would be nothing to compel them to either bid a price higher or offer it lower, and the opportunity to profit from these changes would cease to exist. So the markets just offer the individual trader opportunity. They don't choose the data on which you focus your attention, and they certainly don't interpret the data you perceive. Nor are the markets responsible for what you can't perceive because of the distinctions you haven't learned to make yet. They also don't choose when you put on a trade, how long you stay in, when you get out, or how many contracts you buy or sell. Each individual trader creates his own experience of the markets based on this picking and choosing process and the decisions that result. If you accept this concept as valid, then the implications are that you will never have a valid reason to blame the markets for your unsatisfying results. The markets don't owe you anything, regardless of how hard you work to be successful, because every other trader participating is doing so to take your money away. You and you alone are completely responsible for whatever you end up with. The sooner you accept that responsibility, if you haven't already, the easier it will be to identify what skills you need to learn to interact with the markets more successfully. Even if you can't identify the mental components responsible for what you ended up with, at least by assuming that you are responsible, you will be opening yourself up to find out. To be a successful trader, you need to trade without fear. As you have already learned, when you use fear as a resource to limit yourself, you will create the very conditions you are trying to avoid. Or to say this another way, you will experience your fears. You also can't learn anything new because fear will force you to perceive the environmental now from your individual past. You will experience that past regardless of the opportunities the environment may have to offer in that same moment. Your individual history will repeat itself until you change your history, which will then allow you to learn and experience something new. Evolving beyond your fears is also the best way to learn how to predict market behavior. The more fearful traders are, the fewer the choices they perceive as available to themselves, and the easier it is to predict their behavior. You will be able to recognize this clearly in others when you recognize it yourself and work your way out of the condition where you trade with fear. However, you will need some resource to limit yourself so that you don't get reckless. Getting reckless is exactly what people have a tendency to do if they don't feel any fear, especially if there is a potential for thrilling results, as there is in trading. The resource you need to limit yourself is self-trust. You will gain that self-trust when you establish a set of rules and guidelines to trade by and know that you will always follow those rules without hesitation, regardless of the temptations to do otherwise. Once you trust yourself to always do what needs to be done, there will be nothing to fear because the markets won't be able to do anything to you, as a result of your inability to respond appropriately. Consequently, with nothing to fear, you are then free to observe the markets free of distortions. There won't be any need to avoid certain categories of information because of how that information will make you feel. The less reason you have to avoid or distort information, the more you make yourself available to learn about the nature of the markets. The more you learn, the easier it will be to anticipate what the market will do next. If you can accurately anticipate what will happen next, the easier it will be to give yourself more and more money, notwithstanding any mental components that would argue against giving yourself more money. It is very important for you to understand that these new insights about the market's behavior will come in stages as you learn to trust yourself more and more. There is no get-rich-quick scheme being offered here. There are enough rags to riches stories to attest to the fact that get-rich-quick doesn't work anyway. Getting rich quick can only lead to a great deal of anxiety and frustration if you don't have the skills to keep it. There isn't much point to making a lot of money if you are susceptible to making that one trading error that can give it all back plus more. Once you have made a fortune and lost it, the psychological work that you will need to do to get it back is enormous compared to work that is necessary to keep yourself from losing it in the first place. As a trader, it is more important to know that you will always follow your rules than it is to make money, because whatever money you make, you will inevitably lose back to the market if you can't follow your rules. You also need to understand that your rules will change as your understanding and insights evolve. Many people don't like to establish trading rules because they believe that once made, they can't be changed. Any exercise that I offer you or rule that you select to guide your trading behavior is only transitory. They are methods and techniques to get you beyond certain fundamental stages of development so that you can recognize for yourself their value and what you need to do next to be more successful. In fact, a good rule of thumb to use to determine your readiness to move beyond a certain rule or exercise and to the next challenge is the recognition that you can do what you set out to learn so well that it becomes second nature. Otherwise, keep working at it until you don't have to think about it any longer. Step 1. Staying focused on what you need to learn. First and foremost, you may need to change your perspective or the focus of your trading. Until now, your focus may have been to make money. If this is so, you will need to change your perspective to, what do I need to learn or how will I have to adapt myself to interact more successfully? You need to stay focused on mastering the steps to achieving your goal and not the end result, knowing that the end result, money, will be a byproduct of what you know and how well you can act on what you know. There is a tremendous difference between focusing on money and focusing on using your trading as an exercise to identify what you need to learn. The first will cause you to focus on what the markets are giving you or are taking away from you. The second perspective causes you to focus your attention on your ability to give yourself money. With the first perspective, you are placing some of the responsibility onto the markets to do something for you. With the second perspective, you assume all the responsibility. Always keep in mind that each moment is a perfect reflection of your level of development. If you look at each moment that things don't turn out as you want or expect as a mistake, then you will usually cut yourself off from the insight about yourself contained within each moment. The reason why we will cut ourselves off from this information is because we typically associate mistakes with pain. We will instinctively avoid pain and in doing so also avoid what we need to know about ourselves to interact more effectively in similar circumstances in the future. To evolve beyond pain and our fear of mistakes, our mistakes have to be resolved. This could be a big task and you may not want to tackle it at this time. So what you will need to do is build a corollary framework to place all of your trading experiences. This framework needs to be defined in such a way that all experiences are valid and have meaning, and, as such, mistakes don't exist, they just point the way. As part of this framework, you may also need to change your definition of a missed opportunity. Except for the inability to accept a loss, there isn't anything that has the potential to cause more psychological damage than a belief in missed opportunities. Missed opportunities are trades that would have always turned out perfectly because they only occurred in our minds, where we can make anything be as we want it to be. Of course, we would have responded exactly as the conditions warranted without flaw. The problem is we didn't do it, and the resulting sense of loss we feel is difficult to reconcile. Therefore, these missed opportunity trades have the potential to cause more anxiety and stress than the trades we actually do take that turn out to be losers. Nothing's worse than missing a perfect opportunity. However, if you could have, you would have. It's that simple. The sooner you accept this, the sooner you will be able to take advantage of these missed opportunities instead of beating yourself up over them. Besides, there really isn't anything to miss because the markets are in perpetual motion and will continue to be until everyone agrees on value. As long as the price keeps changing, there will always be another opportunity. When you start trading from the perspective that mistakes don't exist, you will be amazed at the sense of freedom you will feel to grow by accepting your results as a reflection of who you are in that moment, which then allows you to determine what you need to learn to do better. When you release the energy out of the belief that it is possible to miss anything, you will no longer feel compelled to do something, like getting into trades too early or too late. In other words, you will be giving yourself additional choices. Not doing something is often the most appropriate choice, where only one choice existed. You need to constantly keep in mind that the professional traders from whom you are trying to extract money already know and are using many of the principles put forth in this book. They understand the concept of objectivity, have learned how to trade without fear, and know how to execute their trades properly. Before you can begin to take money out of the markets consistently instead of the markets taking yours, you will also have to learn these skills. So, I would suggest that you set aside a certain amount of trading capital as tuition for your education. How much you set aside will be a function of how many skills you need to learn. What is most important is that you make a firm commitment to your education as a trader. Even if you have been trading for years and you are successful, but not as successful as you would like to be, setting aside money that you will trade with as an exercise to learn some needed skill is a very powerful symbol of your commitment to learning that skill. The stronger your commitment, the faster you will learn. Step 2. Dealing with losses. Trading Rule 1. Predefine what a loss is in every potential trade. By predefine, I mean determine what the market has to look like or do to tell you that the trade no longer represents an opportunity, at least not an opportunity in the time frame in which you trade. When your beliefs about losses are restructured, the possibility of a losing trade will not create any threat of pain. Most successful traders restructured their beliefs about losses after they lost one or more fortunes. They experienced their worst fears about losing and then came to the realization that they didn't have anything to fear if they just did what needs to be done. What needs to be done? Confront the possibility of being wrong and consequently not avoid the inevitability of taking a loss. So, confronting and accepting the inevitability of a loss is a trading skill, certainly a skill learned the hard way for most, but nevertheless an essential component at the foundation of virtually everything you need to learn to become a successful trader. The relatively few successful traders in the market today did it the hard way. You, on the other hand, have the opportunity to do it much more easily. There will be two mental components at work to help you acquire this skill. First is your understanding of why it is so essential to confront the possibility of a loss. If you don't, you will generate fear and end up creating the very experience that you are trying to avoid. When you really understand this concept, it will become unacceptable to you to trade from the old perspective of loss avoidance. The second is your willingness to change your definitions of what it means to lose. By using some of the mental exercises in Chapter 14, you can change these definitions by using your thoughts instead of having to lose everything or practically everything you own to get to the same place. That place is, losses do not diminish me, you, as a person. The sooner you believe it, the easier it will be to identify and execute a losing trade. By making the execution of a losing trade an automatic function of your trading strategy, you make yourself psychologically available to take advantage of the next opportunity, even if that opportunity is in the same direction of the losing trade you just got out of. Trading Rule 2. Execute your losing trades immediately upon perception that they exist. When losses are predefined and executed without hesitation, there is nothing to consider, weigh, or judge and consequently nothing to tempt yourself with. There will be no threat of allowing yourself the possibility of ultimate disaster. If you find yourself considering, weighing, or judging, then you are either not predefining what a loss is or you are not executing them immediately upon perception. In which case, if you don't and it turns out to be profitable, you are reinforcing an inappropriate behavior that will inevitably lead to disaster. Or if you don't and the loss worsens, you will create a negative cycle of pain that, once started, will be difficult to stop. The next error after letting a loss get out of hand is usually not taking the next opportunity, which invariably is always a winning trade. After which, we get so angry at ourselves for passing up that opportunity that we make ourselves susceptible to any number of other trading errors, like taking a trade that was a tip from another trader, which invariably is always a loser. It is important for you to note that once you completely trust yourself to cut your losses, you will eventually get to the point where you may not have to predefine what a loss is. There are traders who have reached such a high degree of objectivity and trust that they can get into a trade and know when it is a loser without having to predefine it for themselves. They let the market define it for them based on their comprehensive knowledge of the various participants involved and their knowledge of the various relationships between price movement and time. However, the reason why they were able to learn what they know about the nature of the markets is because their focus of attention widened to include more undistorted information, leading to greater insights, once they learned, first, however, to trust themselves. Keep in mind that fear is really the only thing that keeps us from learning anything new. You can't learn anything new about the nature of the market's behavior if you are afraid of what you may do or can't do that is not in your best interests. By predefining and cutting your losses short, you are making yourself available to learn the best possible way to let your profits grow. Step 3. Becoming an expert at just one market behavior. Generally, most of us grow up believing that when we have to make a decision, the more relevant information we can gather, the better our decisions will be. This isn't necessarily true with trading, especially in the beginning stages of one's career. In most market situations, there is an even number of traders who have a propensity to buy and those who have a propensity to sell, or those who need to buy and want someone to take the other side of the transaction, and vice versa. Everyone will have his reasons and rationalizations for all this trading activity, creating about as much conflicting information as there are participants. Because there is so much information and because so much of that information is conflicting, the beginning trader will need specifically to limit his awareness of the market information to which he allows himself to be exposed. More is not better. It just creates confusion and overload that will ultimately lead to losses. You need to start as small as possible and then gradually allow yourself to grow into greater and greater amounts of market information. What you want to do is become an expert at just one particular type of behavior pattern that repeats itself with some degree of frequency. To become an expert, choose one simple trading system that identifies a pattern, preferably one that is mechanical, instead of mathematical, so that you will be working with a visual representation of market behavior. Your objective is to understand completely every aspect of the system, all the relationships between the components, and its potential to produce profitable trades. In the meantime, it is important to avoid all other possibilities and information. Out of all the combinations of behavior possible, you are going to limit your focus of attention to just one combination. Consequently, you will be letting all the other opportunities go by. Starting small and gradually working into other combinations is a real exercise in discipline that has a couple of important psychological benefits. First, you will be building a base of confidence as you learn that you can, in fact, accurately assess what will most likely happen next. It is much easier to gain this confidence if you don't overwhelm yourself with the market's seemingly infinite possibilities. Second, by passing up other opportunities that you are not an expert at yet, you will be releasing yourself from any compelling desire to trade. Any compelling behavior is usually the result of some fear. That fear, in turn, will cause you to behave in many inappropriate ways. If the idea of letting go of opportunities that don't fit into your framework is troubling to you, then ask yourself, what is the rush? If you are confident in your ability to transform yourself into a successful trader, what difference could it make that you let go of some opportunities now for educational purposes? Once you learn to become the trader you want to be, you can then give yourself as much money as you desire. However, to get to that point, your objective should be to plan your development in such a way that you do the least amount of damage to yourself, both financially and psychologically. Then, after you have developed the appropriate skills, taking money out of the markets can be as easy as almost everyone believes it is before he started trading. If, on the other hand, you end up doing a lot of damage to yourself, you will have to undo that damage before you can accumulate wealth as a trader. After the damage is done, it won't make any difference how much you learn about the nature of the markets or how well you learn to perceive an opportunity. There are many traders who end up becoming expert market analysts but can't make a dime as traders because of all the damage they did to themselves in the early part of their trading careers. What happens in these situations is a trader's past will generate so much fear that he won't be able to execute his trades properly or not at all, regardless of how well he learned to predict what the market will do next. Nothing is more frustrating than to know what is going to happen next and not be able to do anything about it. You need to understand that the ability to perceive an opportunity, based on the quality of distinctions that you can make and your ability to execute a trade, are not automatic functions of one another. Perception and execution are separate skills. They can and do work in tandem if there are no mental components blocking execution. Otherwise, the intent to take advantage of what you perceive as an opportunity may not have any inner support or the kind of inner support that is necessary to execute your intent properly. If there are mental obstacles preventing the proper execution of a trade, then learning how to perceive better opportunities is not going to solve the problem. So the object of this exercise is to help you learn how to become an expert and stay healthy while you are doing it. And when you do become one, there will be much less standing in the way of your taking maximum advantage of your perceptive skills. If you are already looking at or trading several markets and you are not successful or not as successful as you desire, then I would suggest that you scale back to just one market or two at the most. Don't expand until you thoroughly understand the market's characteristics. Step 4. Learning how to execute a trading system flawlessly. The proper execution of your trades is one of the most fundamental components of becoming a successful trader and probably the most difficult to learn. It is certainly much easier to identify something in the market that represents an opportunity than it is to act upon it. However, there are some good reasons why it is so difficult to act on a trading signal other than what has already been identified as mental obstacles. To understand these reasons, you need to understand the nature of trading systems, defined as any methodology that consistently identifies an opportunity to buy or sell with a potential profit in some future moment, and how they interact with the markets and ourselves. Most good trading systems, technical or otherwise, will take consistent money out of the markets over the long run. Many of these good systems have been available to the public for years, and yet, there is still a huge gap between what is possible and what almost everyone ends up with. The problem with trading systems is they define market behavior in limited ways when the market can behave in an infinite combination of ways. Systems mathematically or mechanically reduce relationships in human behavior characteristics to percentage odds of what could happen next. They can only capture a very limited number of these behavior characteristics compared to the billions that are possible. Any identified pattern may or may not be repeating itself with respect to the way the pattern or relationship progressed when it was observed in the past. Therefore, we never really know if it is valid or not until it has actually completed itself. The big psychological problem here is that people have difficulty acting on opportunities with probable outcomes. Most people like to think of themselves as risk takers, but what they really want is a guaranteed outcome with some momentary suspense to make them feel as if the outcome had been in doubt. The momentary suspense adds the thrill factor necessary to keep our lives from getting too boring. When it comes right down to it, no one trades to lose, no one puts on a trade believing it is going to be a loser, and all systems will definitely have some percentage of losing trades. So it's difficult not to be tempted into trying to guess which ones are going to be the losers and not participate. As most of you reading this book already know, trying to outguess your trading system is an exercise in extreme frustration. Sometimes the system will give you signals to trade in ways that are completely contrary to your logic and reasoning. Sometimes the system will defy your reasoning and be right, and sometimes you will agree with the system and it will be wrong. You need to understand that technical trading systems are not designed to be outguessed. What I mean is, they aren't designed to give you isolated signals of an opportunity to be taken when it seems right. What they do is mathematically define, quantify, and categorize past relationships in collective human behavior to give you a statistically probable outcome of the future. As a comparison to trading, It is much easier to take risks and participate in a gambling event with a purely random outcome based on statistical probabilities, simply because it is random. What I mean is, if you risk your money on a gambling event that you know has a random outcome, then there's no rational way you could have predicted what that outcome would be. Therefore, you don't have to take responsibility for the outcome if it isn't positive. Whereas, with trading, the future is not random. Price movement, opportunity, and outcomes are created by traders acting on their beliefs and expectations of the future. Every trader contributes to the outcome of the future by putting on and taking off trades in accordance with their beliefs. Because traders actually create the future by collectively acting on their beliefs about the future, the outcome of their actions is not exactly random. Why else would traders try to outguess their systems unless they had some concept of the future and how that future will affect the markets? This adds an element of responsibility to trading that doesn't exist with a purely random event and that is difficult to avoid. This higher degree of responsibility means that more of your self-esteem is at stake, making it much more difficult to participate. Trading gives you all kinds of ways to beat yourself up for all of the things you should have or could have considered that would have resulted in a more satisfying outcome. Furthermore, you don't trade in an information vacuum. You form your expectations about the future with information technical systems don't take into consideration. Consequently, this sets up a conflict between what your intellect says should be happening and the purely mathematical means of predicting human behavior afforded by your technical system. This is precisely why technical systems are so difficult to relate to and execute. People aren't taught to think in terms of probabilities, and we certainly don't grow up constructing a conceptual framework that correlates a prediction of mass human behavior in statistical odds by means of a mathematical formula. To be able to execute your trading systems properly, you will need to incorporate two concepts into your mental framework: thinking in terms of probabilities and correlating the numbers or the mechanics of your system to the behavior. Unfortunately, the only way you can really learn these things is actually to experience them by executing your system. The problem is that rarely will the typical trader stay with his system beyond 2 or 3 losses in a row, and taking 2 or 3 losses in a row is a very common occurrence for most trading systems. This creates something of a paradox or catch-22. How do you do it if you don't believe it, and you won't learn to believe it unless you do it long enough for it to become a part of your mental framework? This is where you employ mental discipline to make flawless execution a habit. Exercise. Take some of the trading capital that you set aside for your education to buy and trade a simple trading system with well-defined entry and exit points. Make a commitment to trade this system exactly according to the rules. You need to make a very strong commitment here and not play any games with yourself. The object of this exercise is to work through any resistance you may have to following your rules. This system does not have to be expensive. You can get one out of many of the books on technical analysis available today. I think it is important to buy one instead of devising one of your own because it might be a little easier to stay focused on the objectives of this exercise. With any system you devise, you are naturally going to want to make money. Save it for later, after you have learned how to execute properly. You also need to find a system that suits your unique tolerance for taking a loss. The amount of money you risk per trade should be an amount that you are completely comfortable with, at least at first. If you don't stay within this tolerance level, you will be, at the very least, uncomfortable, in which case, to whatever degree you are uncomfortable, you shut down the learning process. When you are feeling pain, instead of being focused on what the market is teaching you about itself and yourself, you will be focused on information that will ease your pain, which usually results in a painful lesson. Your objectives are to 1. Learn the skill of flawless execution by learning that you can follow the rules you set forth for yourself. I am defining flawless execution as executing a trade immediately upon perception of an opportunity. Inclusive within opportunity is the opportunity to exit a losing trade. And 2. To incorporate a belief into your mental system about the nature of probable outcomes so that you believe that you can make money in the long run with your trading system, if, of course, you can execute it properly. You will likely encounter many beliefs arguing against flawless execution. Here are a few suggestions to help you work through this resistance. First, understand that this exercise, at least for most people, is not going to be easy, so be easy on yourself. The more accepting you are of your mistakes, the easier it will be to make the next attempt. If your child were learning how to ride a bike, I'm sure you wouldn't scold him for falling off and tell him not to try again. You would encourage him and eventually he'd learn. Give yourself the same kind of understanding and consideration. Second, taking all the signals generated by your system is the only way you can get the first-hand experience you need to establish a belief in probable outcomes, and relating the mathematics or the mechanics to the behavior. You have to do it in spite of your resistance, and you have to do it long enough for the system to become a part of your mental framework. When that happens, you will have the force of habit working for you, and the struggle will cease. Just do the best you can and look for ways to improve your performance. Constantly keep in mind that what you are doing is more of an exercise in learning trading discipline and the skill of flawless execution, which in the long run is far more important than your immediate desire to make money. So keep your contract size light. You can always increase it later, when you have learned to trust yourself completely to always do what needs to be done without hesitation. Stay with the exercise until it becomes second nature or a part of who you are. As you gain in your confidence, you will learn more and consequently learn how to make money as a trader. As you make money, you will gain in your confidence. This positive cycle will expand your ability to be successful just as easily as a negative cycle will feed on itself to end in despair. Step 5. Learning to think in probabilities. After you have mastered the more fundamental skills, in other words, once you have acquired the discipline necessary to interact with the trading environment effectively, you can start to use your reasoning skills and intuitive powers to determine what the market is likely to do next. This will entail learning to think in probabilities. What I mean by this is, if you can't personally move the market, then you will want to be able to identify the group that is demonstrating the greatest possibility of moving the market and you will want to trade with that group. Or you will want to determine the prevalent beliefs being expressed in the market and how those beliefs will affect price movement. That identification process requires a detached objective perspective, where you are watching and listening to what the market is telling you, instead of being focused on what the market is doing to you personally. Remember, two traders willing to trade at a price make a market. Whatever the extreme ends of human expression are is what the market is capable of doing. For example, have you ever said, "The market can't break contract lows, it's never been there before"? If you bought those lows based on your belief of its impossibility, then consider that all it takes is one trader who is willing to sell lower to make you wrong. The fact that the market did it makes it right. You could have been a seller at the all-time lows and been a one-tick winner when the next trader broke those lows, if you could have perceived selling as an opportunity. If prices were to penetrate those lows with any kind of follow-through, it would indicate that there are plenty of traders who believe it wasn't going higher. These sellers obviously acted on their beliefs with enough force to outnumber the buyers available to take the other side of the trade. Regardless of the criteria the sellers used to justify their actions, how rational or irrational by anyone else's standards, nothing will alter the fact the market traded lower. The fact that you believed it couldn't do it is of no consequence, unless you can trade big enough numbers to reverse it. Otherwise, you can either be with it or against it. To help you learn how to be with the flow of the market, I pose a series of questions that are designed to keep you focused in the now moment, to determine what is true about the market. 1. What is the market telling me at this moment? 2. Who is paying up to get in or get out? 3. How much strength is there? 4. Is momentum building? 5. Can it be measured relative to something? 6. What would have to happen to indicate the momentum is changing? 7. Is the trend weakening or is this a normal retracement? 8. What would show that? If the market has displayed a fairly symmetrical type of pattern and that pattern has been disturbed, then it is a good indication the balance of forces has shifted. 9. Are there any places where one side will definitely gain dominance over the other? If that point is reached, it still may take some time for the other side to be convinced they are losers. How long are you willing to give them to stampede out of their positions? 10. If they don't stampede out of their positions, what will that tell you? 11. What did traders have to believe to form the current pattern relative to the past? Remember that people's beliefs don't change easily unless they are extremely disappointed. People are disappointed when their expectations aren't fulfilled. 12. What will disappoint the predominant force? 13. What is the likelihood of that happening? 14. What is the risk of finding out in a trade? 15. Is there enough potential for movement to make the trade worth the risk? We may never know what traders will in fact do, but we can determine what they will likely do if certain things happen first. For example, if traders push the price lower than the previous low, what will likely occur? Is this new low significant enough to cause traders holding long positions to bail out? Will it cause new shorts to enter the market or attract existing shorts to add to their positions? New shorts may be attracted to the market, and old shorts will add to their position. This price slide will stop when enough traders believe the price is cheap relative to something. That reference point will likely be some other previous old high or low. If you can't determine the significance of any particular high or low or any other significant reference point for that matter, then you have to ask yourself if it is worth the risk of finding out how much room will you have to give the market to define itself before it is evident that the flow of the market is not in the direction of that trade. Ask yourself this question. For this trade to be valid or continue to be valid, the market shouldn't trade to what point? If it trades within that point, then the trade still has potential for working. Beyond that point, it is no longer valid in the direction that I started. Keep in mind that the amount of price movement that you determine is necessary for the market to define itself has to correspond with your emotional tolerance to accept the dollar value of a loss that size. Otherwise, don't take the trade regardless of how much potential you think it might have, unless you can realistically change the foregoing parameters to fit your capacity for a potential loss. Let the market define itself and then apply whatever criteria you use to define an opportunity. Identify your significant reference points and place your orders on either side of the point. Then wait for the market to do whatever it is going to do. Try putting your orders in the market in advance of whatever you perceive as having a high probability of occurring based on the existing market conditions. By putting your orders in advance of some anticipated move, you will be learning how to let the market work for you. Placing your orders in advance will also help to keep you from having an opinion, and you won't be subjecting yourself to the moment-to-moment conflict inherent within all price movement. Keep in mind that since the market is in perpetual motion, it puts you in a position of having to make never-ending assessments of the current risk in relationship to the current possibilities for reward. To do this effectively, you will have to learn to observe the market as if you were not in a position. This perspective will free you to take whatever action is appropriate for the situation instead of hesitating, hoping, and wishing that the market will make you right. The market doesn't make you right, you make yourself right. Your inability to execute or the degree to which you hesitate after you perceive an opportunity to get in or out of a trade or reverse your position will be an excellent gauge as to how locked in you are mentally. Making note of these occurrences of hesitation or immobility will give you an indication of the exact state of your mental resources to execute. You need this information to use as a reference point to build from. When you are about to enter into a position, ask yourself, by imagining, what the next 5 minutes or tomorrow, depending on your time frame, would have to look like to validate your trade, to confirm that the trend is still intact. What would the next 5 minutes or tomorrow have to look like to indicate the opposite? Then, again, place your orders at the appropriate price in advance of the markets getting there. All these questions will keep reminding you that anything can happen, and you will be preparing yourself in advance for those possibilities. Also, if anything can happen, then of course, you will have to consider that there will always be something you haven't taken into consideration, had absolutely no awareness of or could have no prior knowledge of, for example, such as how many traders may enter the market for the first time with enough force to reverse its direction. Keep in mind that prices move in the direction of the greatest force, traders fulfilling their beliefs about the future. Or said in its converse form, prices will move in the direction of the least resistance to the prevailing force. Significant reference points give you the opportunity to make high probability assessments of the degree of balance or imbalance between the two forces, the point at which it is likely to shift, and in whose favor. By learning to identify significant reference points, you can determine what each group will do based on what they already believe about future value. If you can determine on a collective basis what will validate or invalidate those beliefs, then you will know how each group is likely to behave. I want to remind you that this approach is to help you stay detached and understand that price movement is a function of traders acting individually and collectively as a force expressing their beliefs in future value. The greatest number with the strongest belief will always be right. The easiest way to make money is to go with the flow. To identify the flow, You need to stand apart from the crowd and suspend what you believe about relative value so that you can determine who is likely to do what and with how much force. How is everyone else likely to react? And if it doesn't happen, what will traders do then? By asking yourself these questions, you are automatically keeping your focus of attention on the market and what the possibilities are. Any limitations you place on the market's behavior will cause you to focus on the impossibility instead of the possibility of something happening. Your belief that the market has to behave in certain ways prescribed by your mental structure will cause you to focus your attention on what the market is doing to you. And if what it is doing is causing pain, then the potential exists for you to avoid or distort information, usually resulting in a painful forced awareness. Step 6. Learning to be objective. To achieve a state of objectivity, you need to operate out of beliefs that allow for anything to happen, as opposed to beliefs that allow only for the market to express itself in a limited fashion. If you operate out of a belief that anything can happen, then whatever does happen won't be threatening to you in any way, thereby causing you to avoid or distort certain categories of market information. Any limits you place on the market's behavior will be a compensating factor for your lack of trust and confidence to act appropriately in any given situation. This will be evidenced by the fear, stress, and anxiety that you will feel when the market expresses itself beyond your mental limits and you can't do anything to control the situation. However, you do have to have some belief or expectation about the future, or you wouldn't ever put on a trade in the first place. To be objective, you will need to release yourself from demand-backed expectations and make what I call uncommitted assessments of the probabilities. Unlike the markets, in our everyday social lives, we can and do exert control over the environment to assure ourselves of the outcomes that we desire. The rules we learn to abide by in order to interact with one another are our expectations about the future. Once we learn these rules, especially if we have learned them in a painful way, we can demand certain outcomes from the environment. Hence, our expectations of the future are actually demands that the environment conform to our expectations of it. Without really thinking about it, we will carry these same kinds of demands with us into the trading environment because of our natural resistance to letting go of our expectations. That is, staying committed to any limited belief about the possibilities that exist in the markets is virtually the same as making a demand. If you have any doubts about this, consider that if we weren't demanding that the market conform to our expectations, then we wouldn't ever have a reason to get angry when it doesn't. Have you ever gotten angry at the market? Anger is a natural defense mechanism. When we feel anger, it is an indication that the environment is assaulting us in some way, creating an imbalance between the mental and outer environments. The outer environment is either showing us something about itself or ourselves that we don't want to accept. We protect ourselves with our anger to ward off this assault. In our everyday lives, our anger can be an effective tool to get what we want, change what the outer environment is showing us about itself that we can't accept, or to ward off what the environment is showing us about ourselves that we can't accept. However, if we interact with the market with demand-backed or committed expectations of its behavior, we will cut ourselves off from the information that we need to make accurate assessments of its potential to move in any given direction. If we don't have the power to control the markets in such a way as to make them do what we expect them to do, and at the same time we aren't willing to give up our expectations and accept the way things are, then it would create what would otherwise be an irreconcilable dilemma if it weren't for our ability to distort, alter, or exclude information from our awareness. Perceptual distortion is the one compensating factor that will, at least temporarily, correct the imbalance between what we expect and what the market is offering, when there is a difference between the two. Our committed expectations about the future will act as a force on our perception of market information to control its flow into our mental system in such a way as to avoid a confrontation with anything that doesn't conform with what we already believe is possible. Which, of course, is always going to be less than what is possible from the market's perspective. If we are perceiving much less than what is available, then we are out of touch with what is possible from the market's perspective and setting ourselves up for a painful forced awareness. To be objective, you have to make uncommitted assessments of the probabilities, which simply means that you have no commitment to any particular outcome. You just observe what is happening in each moment as an indication of what will probably happen next. Here is what objectivity feels like, so that you can recognize when you have achieved it. You feel no pressure to do anything. You have no feeling of fear. You feel no sense of rejection. There is no right or wrong. You recognize that this is what the market is telling me, this is what I do. You can observe the market from the perspective as if you were not in a position, even when you are. You are not focused on money but on the structure of the market. To stay objective, anticipate as many possibilities as you can and how probable each of these possibilities are. Then decide in advance what you are going to do in each situation. If none of your scenarios is working out as you anticipated, then get out. Release yourself from the need to be right. The more uncommitted your assessments are, the less potential for distortion and experiencing a painful forced awareness. Step 7. Learning to monitor yourself. As outlined in the exercise to develop self-discipline in Chapter 14, you need to start paying attention to what you are thinking about and what market information you are focused on. Trading rules. When you are in a trade, constantly ask yourself if anything has to happen. Obviously, you want the market to go in your direction. However, what I want you to do is monitor how you feel, your level of commitment to what has to happen. Remember, there is a big difference in perspective between what is happening and something that has to happen. If you find that your commitment levels are rising, keep on telling yourself that it is all right for anything to happen because you are confident in your ability to respond appropriately to whatever does happen. Ask yourself what can't happen. What can't the market do? When you find yourself rationalizing the market's behavior to support your position, you are operating in the realm of illusion and setting yourself up for a painful forced awareness. Remember, the market can do anything, even take your profits away if you allow it. Always take something out of the markets when you find yourself in a winning trade. A question to ask yourself is if you are prepared to give yourself money today. If the answer doesn't come back a resounding yes, then find out why before you trade. If you can't reconcile the issue or set it aside, then you would be better off not trading until you do. If you are determined to trade anyway, at the very least make a substantial reduction in the number of contracts you normally trade. When you find yourself focused on the monetary value of a trade instead of the structure of the market, i.e., what the trade is worth to you in dollar terms, dreams, goals, and so forth, instead of what the market is telling you about its potential to move in any given direction, then assume you are distorting or avoiding certain information and either don't put the trade on or take what you have off until you become more objective. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Final note. Even after you have learned all of the skills set forth in this book, at some point in time it will probably occur to you that your trading is simply a feedback mechanism to tell you how much you like yourself in any given moment. After you have learned to trust yourself to always act in your best interests, the only thing that will hold you back is your degree of self-valuation. That is, you will give yourself an amount of money that directly corresponds with what you believe you deserve based on some value system you acquired at some point in your life. The more positive you feel about yourself, the more abundance that will naturally flow your way as a byproduct of these positive feelings. So, in essence, to give yourself more money as a trader, you need to identify, change, or discharge anything in your mental environment that doesn't contribute to the highest degree of self-valuation that is possible. What's possible? Stay focused on what you need to learn, do the work that is necessary, and your belief in what is possible will naturally expand as a function of your willingness to adapt. End of the book. Good luck with your trading journey. The 28th of April 2023.